dedicated way. Detectives cannot be emotional, neither can profilers. You have to look at evidence and go down all those alleys that you need to go down to then make that determination, because it could make the difference, life and death difference for somebody else in the future. You can catch this guy now, he won't kill somebody else. Rex is still innocent, yet to be found guilty. That is absolutely true. Yes. He's looking very guilty, but yes, that is correct. He's not been found guilty in a court of law. Sometimes it's very hard on these shows to do the constant alleged. So, he could have family in Maryland. As Pat said, there are Hispanic pockets in Maryland as well as in California, where he's on the run from the suspected crimes in Cali. That's a good point. That's a good point, Alyssa. Stuff's happening out there. He's on the run. This is a huge Hispanic area. It is now. It was kind of funny because my travels in the past, I spent a bit of time in Mexico, and I loved true Mexican food and not Tex-Mex. And I lived in this community about 30 minutes from where I live now in Maryland. And there were only 2 Mexican restaurants. And both were Tex-Mex, and one was awful, the other one was bad, but not, it was awful. And I remember saying, gosh, I wish we had real Mexican food here. Then things changed. The whole area became very heavily Hispanic. Mexican restaurants popping up everywhere. I'm like in heaven eating all the Mexican food. And now, as I said the last time I was chatting on here, just down the street in my area, which is not even as Hispanic, is not really Hispanic area, there's a Mexican food truck where I'm enjoying my micheladas and having great food. So yes, it's becoming a heavily Hispanic area. So yeah, yeah. And so, but why he's here, who knows? I mean, it's family. Yeah, I do like good Mexican food. Let's see. Hope there are security cameras and license plate readers in the area of the crime. We always hope these things. It's never as easy as people think. It's like now we think we have like government, like and there's so many cameras with satellites and crap, and they all come in real close, and you can see everybody's movements, and you can see. Yeah, don't we wish? Well, maybe we don't wish, but yeah. You're talking about the familial DNA. This is possible. This could work out pretty well. Yes, because there might be familial DNA in the system. That would be useful. And I wonder if he's already moved on to a different location. Yeah. Here is one problem you have with certain people who are violent criminals, serial killers, is that a lot of times they have lives that are less than stable. So when they commit a crime like that, they just go live with it. Now they're just suddenly in New York City, living with a cousin up there, and he's not even around. Nobody even knows who the heck he is. And that video was pretty crappy, so I'm not sure. That didn't really tell me anything. I mean, it could be like one of 10,000 Hispanic-looking dudes. It's like, well, he got to Maryland somehow. He did. Either he flew, he drove, but again, if you don't have the DNA to match him to, yeah. What's he doing going coast to coast, military or school? Well, I'm going to say he's committing home invasions. I don't think he's in the military or school. I'm going to say he's a lowlife. That's the best idea. Don't go on the trails alone. That's correct. Absolutely. And it's sad because, don't you wish you could do that? I always think about if you were living in a paradise earth of some sort, and you could walk out at night, a female could walk down a path at night and look at the owls and the bats and see the beautiful moonlight, and you'd not have to worry about anybody attacking you. That'd be cool. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I'm not sure. This was the rock issue that was said by the guy that the police claimed was full of crap. So I don't know if it's true. Until I see it from the police, I can't say absolutely. Well, there's the point. Young Hispanic man allowed himself to be caught on video wearing no mask during a home invasion, so he doesn't strike me as particularly clever or organized. No, and neither is hitting people over the head with the rocket. That's what he did. There's 2 sets of serial killers, as I point out. What I call fast and what I call slow. Rex Heuermann for you. If he is the Long Island serial killer, he's what I call slow. He has a plan. He lures them. He takes them someplace. He does something to them. He tortures them, and then he kills them. That's slow. Usually very sadistic. The other side is fast. These are guys whose crime is over in 10 minutes. They're like, hey, I don't have a place to go to with somebody. Maybe I don't have a car. Whatever. I'm not going to do all that crap. All I want is my moment of power and control. I'm going to jump out, whack her over the head with a rock, rape her, strangle her, beat her some more with a rock or whatever, and I'm done. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's what I call fast. Usually the fast people are less, they don't have as stable a life. So Rex Herman had a job and a family and a house. This kind of guy probably does not. He probably has that car that has bad tags on it because he never bothered to get the tags, taken care of whatever year it was. He could be that guy. He could be a guy who can't keep a job very long. He could be a guy that's just always out of money and goes and stays with his mom for a while, and then he stays whatever. Or he steals or commits a home invasion because he needs some money. That's what I call a fast serial killer. So, usually a not so stable person commits a crime like that on a bike path. Because bike paths are great places, jogging, walking paths, and with the woods around them and stuff, great places for attacking females. So, yeah. Now, as far as stalker goes, that's a whole different matter. We don't have proof that it was a stalker. He said maybe he followed her. He could have followed her from the trailhead. That's what I was trying to say. It depends on how close to the trailhead she was and how far this guy's willing to go. Maybe he hangs out at the trailhead. Smoking some cigarettes, maybe smoking some weed. He sees a woman with nice boobs go onto the trail by herself, and then he follows her. That's not a stalker. That's just a serial killer. A stalker is someone who consistently is following somebody for a purpose. Like, they're in love with them, or they want to get back at them. An ex could be stalking, and he's seen 30 or 40 times stalking the person. That's a stalker. This is not a stalker. This would just be a guy who's opportunist. So, an element of surprise. Well, let's jump out of the bushes and hit the person over the head. Yeah, they didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming. If she made contact with them online, perhaps they have a digital track. That's possible. And that's why they have to look at it, even if that isn't what happened. Just you have to do that. And people don't seem to want to think, police do something. Oh, what are the police doing that for? They're blaming that victim. No, they're doing what they need to do. And they might have to ask families questions, they might have to ask boyfriend questions. That's why the boyfriend had to be looked at. And he said, well, just because I wasn't the greatest guy in the past doesn't mean I killed him. And he's correct. But do the police have to look at him? Absolutely. It's just the way it is. So, they have followed her from the tanning salon. I think that would be unlikely. I don't know the whole thing about when she was at the tanning salon, when she ended up at the path. Could it happen? It could. But again, should they look at that? Yes, they should. Because let's say you're right, Andy. Let's say there's some dude who saw her go into the tanning salon and said, hot bang. He's looking at her as well. Maybe even works around the tanning place, or even works in the tanning place. If they have cameras showing some guy watching her, that may be the guy. So, again, I don't think it's super likely, but if I'm a police detective, I better be looking at it. All right. Yes, that's correct. We don't know that guy, the searcher that said she was naked. I don't know whether he's accurate in everything he says, and he could be. And the police just don't want to admit it because they don't want that information out there, or they're just saying stuff. And I can't say. So I absolutely do not know. So anyway, that's that. I think that's really interesting. I'm glad they got DNA. That's phenomenally great. Because when you don't have DNA, my God, everything gets so complicated. Because then you go, is it the boyfriend? Then you say, is it this person? Is it that person? If you've got DNA, at least you can eliminate people, which is really very useful. If it's real DNA, and I think in this case it will be real DNA. Now, just to say, just to put something out there, just so you can see how one thinks. Again, if you're a profiler and doing it technically, let's say, for example, she was on dating sites for business purposes. Let's say she met someone for business purposes and had sex, and then went down the trail. And somebody killed her in a fit of rage. The boyfriend showed up and killed her in a fit of rage. But the DNA in her is not from the killer. See, that kind of thing, that can happen. That's where things get real complicated. And if, believe me, if they find a dude who committed a home invasion and he was in the area at the time, I'm sure the defense attorney will try to use that. If she was doing anything like that, they would try to use that and say, oh, I bet she met this guy. And the guy could say, yeah. See, here's where the defense attorney, this is where it gets so. Personally, I would like to see a video camera. Anytime a defense attorney, I know people say this can't be done, but this is what I would like to see. I would like to see a video camera in the room every time the defense attorney meets with his client. I know it's supposed to be privileged and all that crap. This is what I'd like to see. That video camera records everything so that later, if you find out that defense attorney is making up stuff that's not true and telling his client to say these things, that he could lose his license to be an attorney. Now, so here's what can happen. This is how they work. So let's say Mr. Hispanic guy really did kill her, and he's a serial killer. Let's say that for whatever reasons, maybe it's true that Rachel had some business things or whatever. What he could say is, we met up. We had sex, but then I left her there and I had nothing to do with it. So, and then they'll look at their phone records and all this stuff and try to prove things, right? But if there's one person on the jury that'll buy that, well, we can't blame this guy just because, he could have had sex with her before. But see, this is where it gets tricky. Sometimes it's true. Sometimes women have been murdered and the DNA in them is not from the killer because they had a get together with somebody, and that guy is not admitting he had sex with her when they're looking for him as the killer, when he didn't do it. And in an instance like this, if the guy was the killer, but there's any way that the defense attorney can mess up stuff and make it look like maybe he had consensual sex with her prior to somebody else killing her, he's going to pull that one. See, it's very complicated. So one of the most difficult things with a lot of cases is that the more risky behavior a person is involved with, the more difficult the case becomes to deal with. And I'm just going to say that they got DNA in this case is just phenomenal. Wow. Yeah. And yes, I think they did do a good job on the news conference. I liked it. They gave the public what they needed to know and what they need. But here's what I think they should have said. And they don't say this, and it drives me nuts. They say, if you recognize this guy, okay. No, what they need to say is, do you know a Hispanic-looking guy like this, even if you can't recognize him, that was in that area at that time, and is a psychopath, because if he committed this crime, he's a psychopath. Do you know maybe your cousin who just came in from LA and acted really strange, and then he was over in the park? You got to help the public understand what they're looking for. If you have a guy who's, that this pathological liar, all the psychopathic behaviors, put up a chart. Because people go, well, I just don't think cousin, I always use cousin Ernie, but okay, well, I'll say cousin Jose. Cousin Jose, my cousin Jose, I don't think he'd do something like this. Well, has Jose been in trouble before? Well, yeah, he's sold a few family members. And what else? Well, he's beaten his girlfriends. What else? He was in LA and he suddenly left. What else? He was in Bel Air. Maybe he's your cousin Jose, But they don't understand what psychopathy is, so they tend to give him, I don't think so. I don't want to call the police and say these things about my cousin when it's not him. I can't turn my own cousin in. I'm being wrong. See, I would like them to be clear about the kind of person they're looking for and the exact time. They should tell the exact time this happened, the location it exactly happened at, and ask people if they know somebody who was walking around that area, who had a car in that area, who hangs in that area. They need to be a little bit more specific, in my opinion. They gave basic information, but I don't think it's enough. I always had that problem with police departments. I forgot about that when I just saw this. I was happy they got DNA. They need to be clear to help people understand who they're looking for. You know what they're going to get? If they don't do that, they're going to get a whole bunch of nonsense coming in on this tip line. The psychics will call. People hate their boyfriends will call. It'll be a bunch of nonsense because they're not specifically saying what they need to know. I always have a big issue with that because I just think it would make such a difference. People don't know what to look for. Give them the information, the time, all that kind of stuff. You got to be very specific during the thing. So that's what they need to know. And I don't think that was not clear enough, in my opinion, in the press conference. Anyway, all right. So that's that. Let me go on to Lucy Lepke. She's the nurse that's had a 9-month-long trial, and the jury just went home again after the 21st day. I think she's got 22 charges on murder and attempted murder. It's not looking good for the jury to be coming up with a conclusion. That's a long time. They sat through close to years worth of a trial. They've heard stuff after stuff after stuff. They must be so exhausted, these poor jurors. And now they're trying to figure out whether they want to find her guilty or not guilty. I'm going to say if they're still on 21 days, they probably don't know. 9 months are probably so exhausted and overwhelmed with massive amount of information.
I'm stuffed.
They haven't got it. Well, they will enter a mistrial, so it can be a whole other trial. That's why I want a professional jury system. Just saying. All right, let's go on to Mushroom Lady. This is Ms. Erin Patterson. All right, let me read you the story of Mushroom Lady. Hold on a second. What the? Sorry, I'm having a. Oh, did this fall out? Hold on a second. Sorry, oops. My iPad is not connected. I'm like, why not? Why is my iPad not connected? What's going on here? It's plugged in. Okay, I am very confused here. What? It is plugged in. Let me try a different plug. Wow. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't want to shut off in the middle of one of the stories. Okay, so this is the woman and it's the death that supposedly, I don't know if that's actually a picture of a death cap mushroom. It's hard to say whether they just made that crap up. But so what happened was a very interesting case. She made, and if anybody's made, hold on a second. All right. So this woman, what she did was, she's suspected of poisoning people with mushrooms. This particular kind of mushroom. 3 people died. They came up with her death. She had right on the street stuff, and then this pastor and his wife. And them are dead. They lost terrible condition. Her children are not dead. Her husband didn't show, her ex didn't show up. He got lucky. Interesting enough, apparently like a year before he had this horrible GI problem. children because police have searched their home and used another office of forensic testing. They didn't keep an open mind about it, he claimed, and then I can't find any more information, that she also had an upset tummy, and some diarrhea, and went to the hospital. Let's say, some people die in the hospital. You can go to the hospital and say that your stomach really hurts and you have severe diarrhea. They will hook you up. Doesn't mean it's true what you said, but maybe I'm suspicious that she didn't die. I'm suspicious neither died. I'm suspicious that she threw the food dehydrator away. And that she doesn't have mushrooms in dehydrated Chinese mushrooms. And it wasn't a real label. And of course the package is missing. So, she looks kind of suspicious. Yeah, that's what she said. And she said it was not printed. It was a handwritten label. The police could not find any of those handwritten labels in any department. So, yes, you can say someone pays to take a laxative. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to put this up. I'm not going to say it though. Perhaps not. Oh my goodness. She could claim she dehydrated the. Oh my goodness. She could claim she dehydrated the button mushrooms. She could. This is pretty weird. You know? That's kind of weird. I'm not even sure why you would dehydrate the mushrooms anyway, but okay. So I think they're going to do a lot more studying on that one. Well, I honestly don't know what the answer to that is, but she does look a little bit squirrely. All right, now somebody asked me to mention this particular crime. This guy got just convicted of killing his parents. He supposedly killed them when he was 16. Hold on, let me find the story. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Oh, there we go. A.J. Armstrong is his name. The best long crime, by the way, is one of the better sites, is Dan Abrams' site. And if you're gonna get some information on the internet, that's one of the better sites that has more clarity and less gossip bullcrap. Okay, so this is the guy. His name is Antonio A.J. Armstrong. And he was convicted of first-degree murder in the 2016 deaths of his parents, Dawn and Antonio Armstrong Sr. It was a third trial after the first two ended in a mistrial. So this gets really interesting, and I don't know why the first two ended in mistrial. I'd have to do a tremendous amount of research and not just do a hangout on this. I'd have to do a lot of research to figure out why it was a mistrial. Both 2 times, and now he's been convicted. But this is so many strange things in this. The strange things aren't that I think he's innocent, by the way. The strange things are just why things were done the way they were done. All right, so they got him on the third time. They found him guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison after the guilty verdict came down on Wednesday afternoon. It was a third trial, as the previous 2 ended in mistrials because the jurors couldn't agree on a verdict. Now, here we have that problem again. And when you hear the actual evidence, you think to yourself, I wasn't in the courtroom, so maybe they had some reason, but they got him. Anyway, this is what happened. On July 29th, 2016, Armstrong called 911 from a third-story closet to say he heard shots coming from his parents' bedroom in their Houston home. He told the dispatcher he never saw any intruders, and that the only people in the home were him, his 12-year-old sister, and his parents. When police arrived at the home, they found his mother, Dawn Armstrong, and his father, Antonio Armstrong, in their bed with gunshot wounds to their heads. Dawn Armstrong died at the scene. Her husband died the next day. In court records, detectives noted no signs of forced entry, and A.J. Armstrong told the dispatchers he turned the house alarm off while on the phone with 911. sorry, 911, sorry, not 9/11, 911, sorry. After a search of the home, officers found a .22 caliber handgun on the kitchen counter with a note that said, "I have been watching for a long time. Get me." Detectives also found 2 pillows with bullet holes that matched the caliber of the gun, along with a bullet hole in A.J. Armstrong's bedroom. And he was also very unemotional, despite knowing his parents were shot. All right, he does say, "For me, it's as simple as that. I didn't do it." And he's filed a federal lawsuit against Houston Police Department, alleging they planted evidence against him. Which, again, there's no reason why the police department is going to plant evidence against a 16-year-old kid. Now, Armstrong's defense attorneys have tried to pin the killing on Josh Armstrong, his half-brother, who suffered from mental health issues. However, he had an alibi, and he was not in the home, I think. So they couldn't come to a determination on this one at all, and therefore, yeah. But finally, they've got him. Now, there was one more story. I think that might have knocked that one off. But apparently, where is it? Yeah. Okay, one of these is the one. Okay, I've got 2 articles. Okay, the other article. Okay, hold on. Let me see if the other article has this piece of information I want to share with you. All right. So, more information about the A.J. Armstrong. All right. So, let me show you, by the way, this is hard to understand. This is his baby. This is his baby mama, his girlfriend. Oh, no, now it's his wife. This is Kate Armstrong, who was dating him at the time of the killing, and went ahead and married him and had a baby. So he was 16, they claim he shot his parents as they slept in his bed and placed a pillow over each of their heads before calling 911 to report hearing gunshots. Okay? Dawn, who was shot twice in the head, was pronounced dead, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then we have that creepy note, right? And the killer also left the .22 caliber pistol on the counter. Now, this is something else. The killer reportedly left an ominous note saying, "I've been watching it for a long time, come get me," on the kitchen counter, along with the murder weapon, a .22 caliber pistol belonging to Antonio Sr. This killer comes into the house, kills the parents with the father's own gun. How would he know it was there? How would he get a hold of it, right? And then leaves the gun and walks out of the house. What? What? And I have to say this. Sorry, parents. And I know he was a football player and all that stuff. But you got one son who has supposedly schizophrenia. You got this other son who, if he was convicted rightly, is a psychopath. Why the heck is your .22 caliber pistol laying around so that your sons can get a hold of it? That will be the next question I have. All right. Now it says this. Armstrong had shot the same gun into a pillow and blanket through the floor of his bedroom about a week before the killing, and lit a fire outside his parents' bedroom 2 days before. So he was practicing with pillows shooting the gun, and then he lit a fire outside his parents' bedroom. I'm going to say the guy's scary, psychopath. He also searched on his iPad how to stop a car bomb. So, I'm going to say probably did it. Armstrong also told investigators he saw a 6-foot-tall man in a mask flee their home. They didn't mention this until hours into an interrogation. And the home security system showed no records of anyone entering the home the night of the murders. Armstrong had been scolded by the parents after he was kicked out of high school and received failing grades and smoked marijuana. The defense, however, said his older brother, who had schizophrenia, was more likely to have done it because he had paranoia. The defense doctor said his brother, Josh, believed he was both a god and a devil during stays at a psychiatric hospital following his parents' death. I'm sure the parents' death kind of threw him over the edge, you know? and once told not to witness the murders, but he probably just lost his mind at that point. They said he did have testimony from a couple people, the girlfriend, which is useless as we know, and also his cousin, which is also, you know, those alibis are never that good. That's the non-alibi alibi I always talk about. And they did live, they were in an apartment around the corner. But, I'm going to say, the evidence against AJ is very, very strong. And how it took 3 trials to convict him, I don't know. And supposedly he was also out on bond. And I don't know how he was out on bond all this time, for a long time. If a guy has been charged with a double homicide, I don't know why he's running around. But, yeah, crazy stuff. Let's see. Oh, that's your hometown? Alrighty. You're up there. Parents' murderers need love too. Well, that may be true for somebody. Yeah. But I'd say that evidence was, I wasn't in court, but that evidence, if that's the evidence they had, oh my God, it was like really strong evidence. I don't know how 2 juries went, maybe it wasn't him. Okay, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that they don't want to, this sympathy toward children, as if children can't be psychopaths and not have motive and not do things like that. And they certainly as heck can. So, and just a couple more things before I end. Let's see. This woman, this is Cecily Aguilar, and this is what amazes me about this one is, let me find her. Where'd she go? Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. All right, that's Cecily Aguilar. She received a 30-year sentence for her role in the death of an Army soldier. And 30 years. And this kind of amazes me. And I'm not one for short sentences, but I'm kind of surprised she got 30 years. Cecily Aguilar, the woman charged in connection with the 2020 killing of Army specialist, I think that's it is, Vanessa Anguilla, has been sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. She pleaded guilty last year to 1 count of accessory after the fact and 3 counts of making a false statement. Accessory after the fact and false statement. In other words, she misled the police, that's wrong. Aguilar's boyfriend at the time, I think an SPC, a specialist, but I could be wrong, Aaron Robinson, is accused of killing and dismembering, I don't know how to pronounce her name, is it Guillen, and then recruiting Aguilar to assist in disposing of her body. This is near Fort Hood, Texas. Robinson committed suicide as they were closing in on him to arrest him, and he committed suicide. So the only person they charged was this woman. All right. Now, supposedly, she assisted him in corruptly altering, destroying, mutilating, and concealing evidence. That is the body of Vanessa. In order to prevent Robinson from being charged with and prosecuted for a crime. All right. And she clearly did that. She made materially false statements, and that's true. Later revealed Robinson had killed Vanessa in an armory room by bludgeoning her with a hammer. Then he put, again, I don't know all the details here. I don't know why he killed her. I don't know what the whole reasoning on that was. He just got mad at her and then hit her with a hammer. But here's the thing. If he did that to her, if it wasn't a sexual homicide, which I don't see any evidence that it was, that he tells his girlfriend, we can't be together. They're going to put me away. You got to cover for me. It was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. The usual term, the bitch made me do it. But she did something that caused me to hit her with a hammer, and I didn't mean to hit her that hard, but she did. And so the dumb girlfriend goes, "Oh, I don't want to lose you, honey." Supposedly, he killed her in the armory room. Then he put her body in a box and drove her to the Leon River, roughly 20 miles from base. He then picked up Aguilar from her work, and the two drove back, allegedly dismembering Gillian, whatever her name is, don't know. and attempting to burn her body before burying her in 3 separate holes, which really didn't seem to work out well for them. They sure didn't do a good job. But she got 30 years, which I am kind of surprised about. She did not commit murder. She didn't kill the woman. She did lie to the police, and she did help with her body someplace. How much she did to hack them up compared to carrying like track bags or something. I don't know. I'm not saying she shouldn't be in prison. She should. But I'm surprised she got 30 years for not committing a homicide. First, I find that rather fascinating. So maybe if you all know more about that crime, I do not, but I just think that was interesting that she got 30 years. And there are people out there, it's like rapists who get way less, or even killers who get way less. I'm like, what? So, yeah, I find that kind of, love is blind. Well, stupid people are blind. And they'll love anything. They will. I bet she, that's true. I bet she wish she didn't help him now. I bet so, but, it's amazing. If you look at families who protect, who want to protect loved ones, like Scott Peterson, people like that, and they're like, oh, he's innocent. Oh, come on now. The guy's a psychopath. Why do you want to protect a psychopath? I mean, it sucks that you ended up with a child that's a psychopath or a brother that's a psychopath. It sucks. But I don't I have a really hard time understanding that. Maybe it's just because I'm cold-blooded or something. But I mean, as I told my kids growing up, I said, if you're a psychopath and you commit some cold-blooded murder like that, I'm okay for pulling the switch on you. And people go, oh my God, how could you say that about your own children? I'm like, look, if he's a psychopath, I don't need to be visiting him in prison. I don't need him to be playing me all the time. Oh, mommy, I love you, when he's just using me because he doesn't care about me either. I don't need to play that game. If you're that kind of person, I don't mean if you some kind of freak thing that happened and you didn't mean to do it type of thing. But if you're a psychopath, let's say you're a serial killer, I'm done. You made your choices on this earth. I'm done. I'm perfectly in support of the death penalty on you. And whatever happens after you leave this earth, I leave that up to someone else besides myself. But my kids are always like, Mama, she put the lever on us. I'm like, yeah, I would. So I'm such a wonderful mom, aren't I? I don't know why my kids still come around. They're all good kids. So they don't have to worry. I don't think about me going along with the death penalty. I think you show some psychopathy traits, Pat, a lack of empathy for one. Yeah, that's what I've been accused of. But I'm a person who just to defend myself. I have empathy for those who deserve empathy. I don't have empathy for serial killers. All I can say is this, and this is true. I believe this. I don't know. I have empathy for the little child that became the psychopath. Like, I don't know what happened to that kid. What unfortunate things happened in his life. What roll of the dice didn't roll well for him. That he hated the world. That he hated people.
That's a wrap.
He had no empathy and no remorse for anything. I don't know what happened to him. I look at that little baby and I feel empathy for that little baby. Once he's already turned into a monster, I can't have empathy for the monster. After the monster leaves this world, I have empathy again. Maybe that monster in the afterworld, or whatever you want to believe it is, then learn about what had happened. And maybe there's a new life for that person. But while they're out there serial killing, I'm gonna withhold empathy. So anyway, I like that. Don't blame her for not playing the psychopaths game. So that's the and people are often played by psychopaths. And it was funny. Somebody actually commented, by the way, when I was talking about the Karen.
Mission complete.
Oh, crazy brain lady. Okay, Tiffany Gomez. I did a video on her, and I was talking about that roommate, and somebody heard the story. The roommate, the French roommate, university, and she got pissed off at me because she took my cat to the vet without my permission, and got mad because I didn't praise her endlessly, even though I paid the bill. And then she went on a revenge trip, and she told all the renters and moving in I was a terrible human being. She called the town, and she wanted my house condemned. She called the animal control people and wanted my pets taken away, and then she stole the garden. The garden that she had asked me from the front yard, she came back and stole it. So, which I laughed at that. But anyway, somebody wrote, Pat, she obviously liked you. She saw that you were weak, naive, that you were impressed by her personality and her charm. And I'm like, you do not know me. And the truth is this. Remember I always tell you that when people are desperate, they're willing to just look the other way? Well, there's a truth in that with me, too. When I was raising my children, I homeschooled. And we only had one income for quite a while. So I rented rooms to students because I was next to the university. And in the beginning, I rented to all Chinese students because that's who came to my house, and they were fabulous. They paid the rent on time. They paid, their security deposit. Never gave me trouble. They were wonderful. My children enjoyed their company. The Chinese food was great. And then there came a time when Chinese students weren't coming there anymore. There was something had happened, and it was hard to get renters that were students. And so you got people call up, and they're like, "Hey, I want to rent your room." And you're like, "Well, where are you living now?" And they go, "In my car." I'm like, "Yep, no, that's not happening." So what happens is when you find somebody who's willing to pay the rent and the security deposit, you cannot do background checks. People always think you can, and especially back then, you couldn't do any background checks unless you hired a private investigator and have to spend a ton of money. And that would be they'd have to go from courthouse to courthouse to get any information. It wasn't all over the internet or anything, which still mostly isn't. So a person comes, you listen to this story, even if they give you somebody to call and say, "Are they great renter?" Most of the time, those people will lie. One of my worst renters, couldn't stand the guy, called an asshole. Anyway, he paid his rent on time. He came to me after I was moving out of the house. He was getting a new place, and he said, "Can you give me a reference?" I said, "No, I don't like you. Go away. What, are you crazy? I've never liked you. You know that. Why are you asking me for a reference?" "Oh, I'm not going to give you a good one. I mean, if you want me to, I'll tell them you pay your rent on time, but you're an asshole." So, he decided against it. But this woman came, and she was a professor. She paid her rent. She wasn't a bad renter when she was there. I mean, I didn't have to like her. I didn't have to be charmed by her. She had to pay her rent on time. And did I see narcissistic kind of qualities in her? Sure. But so what? You're going to have a hard time getting any income if you're going to overly diagnose everybody, and it comes into your house. You're trying to survive. You need money. And if they come in and they're polite and friendly and they don't have a drug problem and they don't bring drugs in your house and they're whatever, you rent to them and you hope they turn out well. Well, she was friendly enough. I think she lived there for like half a year. She was fine most of the time. I mean, I wasn't much as he said I was so charmed by her. No, I just didn't have too many problems with her. She was very needy. She always said, "Oh, Pat, can you help me with this? Pat, can you help me with that? How do you think I was polite. I was friendly, because you do that when somebody lives in your house and you need them to pay the next rent check. But that doesn't mean that you're suckers. So a lot of times what happens is they have to hire people for the company. They need to hire people. Who are they going to get? They're having a problem with the prison system in Maryland. They're claiming they can't find people, and the people that they find are committing crimes within the prison system. They're bringing in drugs for the inmates. Why is this happening? Well, because the pay isn't great, the job sucks, and nobody wants to do it. So they have to hire what they can get, and they just cross their fingers and hope most of them aren't horrible. That's the way it works. So, yeah, but, the more needy you are, lonely, you need money, whatever it is, the more you have to just sort of accept what's coming along. But you do need to be careful, as careful as you can. But, sometimes it's just the way it goes. Garden robbing is the strangest thing I've heard in a while. I mean, that one blew me away too. I just thought it was hysterical. She wasn't going to leave me that garden. She was going to take her garden, even though it was on my lawn, mind you. She left me the lawn. Oh my God, I never laughed so hard ever. Well, she might have been past narcissism, but we'll just go with that. But it was pretty funny. I mean, I don't know how long I laughed. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, seriously, she stole the garden. Oh my God, she stole the garden. Okay, just one last thing I want to say about, what is that? Oh yeah, about this. Last thing for today. I thought this was fascinating. This is not a crime, but this shows how things are going when we're talking about children today and the type of behaviors that children have that do lead them into a criminal life, which isn't healthy, and the lack of well, proper parenting, shall we say, that is causing problems. Now, that is a picture of some school buses. It's in the Washington Post, which I'm now trying to find. Oh, yeah, here we go. I thought it was fascinating. They do this whole article. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the New York Times. New York Times. The shortage in school bus drivers is getting worse. They can't find people to drive these kids to school. Now, mind you, we didn't used to need as many buses because a lot of us walked to school. It was a community school, and we walked to it. I walked to school all the way till I was in high school. I walked to school, or maybe junior high. Or did I walk to junior high? I could even walk to the high school, and I did sometimes. Most of us walked to elementary school. We walked to whatever. It was near enough but we walked a mile. It wasn't like it was 5 minutes. We walked a mile to go to school. Sometimes walking home for lunch and going back and then coming back. So 4 miles a day. Good for us. Good exercise. But now people don't do that because they're afraid people are going to kidnap the kids on the way to school. So all of a sudden we need way more buses, which is a problem. Then they're saying they're not paying enough for the bus drivers, and that's a problem. But this says this. This person's real upset. I think this is funny the way they describe this. I'm like, seriously, this is what you put in here? After the first day of school in Louisville, Kentucky, Patrick Lester couldn't find his 6-year-old daughter, Adara. After he waited for 40 minutes at the bus stop, a phone call to the school revealed she had been put on another bus, Mr. Lester said. But school staff members could not confirm whether she had been dropped off nor could they reach the driver. His partner, Heather Gray, left work and drove around the neighborhood looking for Adara. Finally, she saw a bus driving away from the street corner, and she says, "It's my daughter standing there. We just moved, and she doesn't know the neighborhood." And the bus driver had kicked her off and told her to walk home. Now, I don't know. Are these bad drivers or are these bad kids? Don't know yet. What kind of behaviors do we have? Now, what's interesting is they go on about the money and all this stuff. People didn't used to make a lot of money being bus drivers, but a lot of times they liked it because they could work in the morning and in the afternoon, and they had the space of time in between. It was a job you could do in your neighborhood. But the real reason behind it, which they hardly even touch on, which makes me laugh, is this, as this guy said, as one of the commenters. Fairfax County pays $24 an hour. It's a county job with benefits. Before the pandemic, the job paid $10 less. We're still having trouble attracting and keeping drivers. It's not just the pay, but his article alluded to the hassle of dealing with entitled kids who don't listen, and parents will report you if you so much as raise your voice to their snowflakes. Buses are pure chaos of screaming, playing, crying, and sometimes fighting kids. Then you add cell phones where kids are playing music, watching videos, and sometimes inappropriate stuff on a bus with younger kids. What adult wants that hassle? Take a job that pays less and gives you more hours and less stress. And we just had in Maryland, a bus driver quit because a couple of kids shot at another kid on the bus. She was lucky she didn't get killed. And she's like, I'm done. I once was a substitute teacher. And unfortunately, because I was a new substitute teacher, they gave me like the worst school and the worst class. And guess how long I stayed a substitute teacher? Very short period of time. Why? Because it wasn't worth it. The treatment that I got in the schools, the behavior of the students was so bad that I'm like, yeah, this isn't worth the money. So school bus drivers, they don't want to get on the bus with a bunch of children who have discipline problems and you can't do anything about it. They don't want to take the chance of being beaten, shot. They don't want to have to come between one kid and the other. And the parents are not doing anything about it. Oh, I completely forgot this. I can't believe I forgot this. Okay, where is it? Speaking of those kids, that's why I brought that up. Where did it go? Shoot, you remember I think I forgot to bring the picture over. Remember the kid who shot the teacher in a Virginia school? I had a picture of her. Where is she? I guess I forgot to bring it over. Anyway, the mom, get this one. Remember the 6-year-old kid who shot his teacher and said basically he wanted to kill her, and he was happy that when she dropped on the floor, he was perfectly thrilled. Now, This is what blows me away. Okay, rich neck shooter. Okay, the mother. The mother didn't know how her son got hold of that gun. I don't know how that happened. She pled guilty to child neglect on Tuesday. Now get this. The mother of the 6-year-old shooter at Rich Neck Elementary School is expected to plead guilty Tuesday to a child neglect charge stemming from the shooting that garnered national headlines. Deja Nicole Taylor, 26, has reached a plea agreement in which she will admit to the felony count, according to her attorney. In return, they will ask the judge to sentence her to no more than 6 months. Well, that's not much of a felony. That's a misdemeanor then, Only 6 months. And they also agreed to drop a separate misdemeanor charge, asserting she recklessly allowed her son to access a loaded and unsecured handgun, which she did, but they're going to drop that. So they made this plea agreement. She's going to spend less than 6 months of 6 months to serve. Yeah. Now listen to this. So this is the boy that pulled out the handgun and shot the teacher, and he claimed that he gained access to his mother's handgun and took it to the school with his book bag. Now listen to this. Without the plea bargain, Taylor faces 6 years behind bars, which is where she should be. 5 years on the felony child neglect charge, and another year on the misdemeanor gun access charge. But they're going to wipe all that out because she's going to say, okay, whatever, 6 months. This is a crazy system. If she accepts the agreement, she still has the ability to go above the prosecution's recommendations. Good, they should. And they could still get the because you don't know what she did with that. But anyway, chances are she'll just get rid of probably 6 months. Now, get this one. She pleaded to the U.S. District in Newport News in June to having a gun while possessing marijuana and relying on a federal background check. She thought it was. That is, she said she wasn't a pot user, but she was a heavy
some
one.
of your parts.
Though the federal charges carry up to 25 years combined, they've agreed to ask for a sentence within federal sentencing guidelines between 18 months and 2 years. Okay, so then it says this. We don't want any incarceration of the lawyers. Well, she should be in prison. She should. But if you have some incarceration, we prefer that would happen in the federal system. Then she'd have a chance for some rehabilitation. Now, get this. Okay, so it goes on further. And it says, after the June hearing, admitted that Taylor was a heavy marijuana user, including she bought the 9 millimeter. They found federal agents found marijuana in her purse, bedrooms at 2 homes, and a trash bag that had been taken from her car. But when she bought the handgun, she said that she didn't use it, even though she was a daily user for 11 years. Chronic user, 11 years. All right. Then she also said that she kept the guns secured by a trigger lock, a mechanism that prevents the weapon from being fired. And it was also stored in a living closet outside of the child's reach. Not store a 6-year-old can throw a piece of furniture anywhere. She's supposed to be a lockbox person. Well, a lockbox is nothing. And her bedroom, or one of these jobs, or the grandfather. A trigger lock was never found. So she's lying. Now, this is the picture. The boy, 7, is now in the custody of his great-grandfather, Taylor. The great-grandfather who raised some of this stuff. And his Newport News home. He's 7 years of age, but his great-grandson is thriving and is doing well in a local school that's not part of the Newport News public school system. I would like to know if my kid is in that school, that little cycle kind of kid. I don't want my kid in there with. So if that kid is getting to go back to school, he's not in juvenile. He should be in the juvenile system, but he's not. Because he goes grandpa even though he shot someone. And now he goes to school, and I guess they're hiding who he is and what school he's going to, so that the other students and parents don't get upset. Sometimes you just can't figure this crap. All right, so some of you are going to sleep because it's getting late for you. Absolutely. That's why we have a fresh video. Let's see. Well, these are just tough enough to do something, but now it's got a television show. wow. Some of the kids in the Kentucky bus said she didn't get home until 10 p.m. due to the new driver's new software. Oh, Lord. This is crazy. And then, you know, when you can't get good bus drivers, you can get lesser bus drivers. And those bus drivers may be real questionable, and do you want them driving your kids? So you see, it turns into a nightmare all the way around if we don't have some level of proper behavior with both the children and the parents and the school system and rules and regulations or laws. We throw them all away and we have a nightmare. So, but anyway, yeah. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. When you fall asleep on, well, he shouldn't have been left on the bus because the bus driver is supposed to check every seat on the bus. So I don't know what's going on with that. So thanks, Pat, for the last another great show. You're welcome. Got a laugh. I love that you tell that name. Every time I hear that. So anyway, that's it. So interesting stuff with the Maryland case, and I look forward to
We're waiting for you.
more information on that. We can fetch the guy really quickly because if he did a sexual homicide, that's a serial killer. And we kind of need to get him off the streets. So there we go. Anyway, if you're new to the channel, please do like, please do subscribe. It keeps an educational channel going. And thank you for being here. And I'll see you for this show on Saturday, which I haven't decided on. But there'll be one. Bye.
That was delicious.
some reason, it has managed to avoid the stigma that fascism and Nazism have gained. When in reality, Marxism is actually multiple times worse than fascism and is comparable to Nazism in many, many ways. Well, I figured out exactly how and why fascism gained the reputation that it did, even though this reputation clearly isn't justified. Again, I'm not defending fascism, it is still a stupid ideology and I'm not a fascist. But I'm also not going to pretend that it's something that it isn't, like the enemies of science are trying to do. So, in this video, what I'm going to do is define what fascism is and give some history and process. Then I'm going to explain the difference between fascism and Nazism, which is the question being asked by one of my patrons and many other viewers as well, and then solve the mystery as to why fascism gained a reputation that simply doesn't represent it. Let's start off then in the 1800s. We have a bunch of workers, trade unions. Trade union can also be called a syndicate, which is from the French term trade union. So when you hear the word syndicalism, it just means trade unionism. At first, syndicalism evolved as part of the Marxist socialist movement, then branched away from it due to the failure of Marxism in practice. The basic idea is that workers would form trade unions that would control the means of production, factories, and so on. Syndicalism therefore pronounced itself anti-state and anarchist, which is why oxymoronic terms like anarcho-syndicalism exist. Through strikes, it intended to bring capitalism to an end, replacing it not by state socialism, but by a society of producers, which is the same thing. A society of producers is state socialism. A society that organizes itself politically and governs itself is a state. This is literally the definition of a state. But when I point this out to socialists and show why this is the case, I covered this in my other video, they start to cry. Because apparently pointing out the bleeding obvious is that I'm bad at politics, and I know nothing about politics, and I should just stick to facts. Really, though, it is these morons saying these things who don't know anything about politics, haven't studied history, and can't even read a dictionary. Socialism is nothing other than state control. Anyway, the point is that syndicalism is all about trade unions. And what is a trade union? A trade union is a union of workers, or a group of workers, a bunch of workers. We even say a bundle of workers, like a bundle of sticks. In Italian, a bundle of sticks is a fascio. Oh, that's why trade unions in Italy were called fascio, or fasci. That's why fascism literally means trade unionism, or power to trade unions. The word fascio means literally bundle and has been used for a long time as an alternative to union. Fascism is trade unionism, and trade unionism is fascism. It's a good job then that the Marxist professors join trade unions to shout out how they're anti-fascist rather than realise when they really are. Otherwise, you might get them confused with actual fascists. Now, if you want to be super specific, the full technical definition of Mussolini's fascism is actually this: national syndicalism with a philosophy of actual. National because it was for the Italian nation, syndicalism because it was trade unionism, actually evolved out of the Marxist anarcho-syndicalist movement in Italy. Mussolini was an anarchist at first, and it had a philosophy of actual, which I'm not going to get into here because it's not really relevant. But to quote Gregor, fascism was the totalitarian, cooperative, and ethical state, the final collectivist synthesis of nationalism, syndicalism, and actual. In other words, it was trade unionism for Italy, and then actually put into practice. And what do you get when you have a trade union or a syndicate that becomes an organ for a nation? An organ of the body bodies, nation, corpse, body, corpse, corporation. That's where the word corporation comes from. All corporations are organs of the state. It's literally in the name. And they are Marxist syndicates with a different name. So, to distinguish themselves from Marxists, instead of calling their big trade unions syndicates, they call them corporations. Corporations are inherently Marxist, fascist, socialist organizations. So, if you've ever worked in a corporation, welcome to socialism. Giovanni Gentile was the philosopher who invented the ideology of fascism, which Mussolini put into practice. Gentile believed that the true state, his ethical state, was a corpus, a body politic, hence corporate state, and that the state was more important than the parts and individuals who comprised it, because if the state was strong and free, so too would be the individuals within it. Therefore, the state had more rights than the individual. Only within the ethical state could individuals realize themselves as proper individuals. So basically, you have to.
Let's go!
Be a slave in the state in order to be free. I mean, this is stupid. It's the same idea that a socialist had. Why all demanded that freedom is slavery, so to quote Gentile directly, the great social and constitutional reform that fascism is accomplishing in such a cooperative syndicalist regime as a substitute for the old-fashioned capitalist liberal state arose out of the very character of the fascist state. Fascism accepted from syndicalism the idea of the educated and moral function of the syndicate. But since the intention was to overcome the antithesis between the state and the syndicate, the effort was made to enter the system of syndicates harmoniously into corporations subject to discipline of the state and therefore give expression to the organic character of the state. Mussolini said the same thing. The people is the body of the state and the state is the spirit of the people. Fascist concept, the people is the state and the state is the people. The tools with which the ideality is achieved in the state are the party and the corporation. And Gentile also said that fascism was the ultimate form of democracy. The nationalist state was an aristocratic state that constructed itself out of the force it inherited from its origin and made it valued by the masses. The fascist state, on the other hand, is a popular state, and in that sense, a democratic state par excellence. Democracy means people power, but as Gentile realized, as I have pointed out in the Winners Private video, that the people state, which is why we call it public sector. Democracy, therefore, is state power, which is why the founding fathers of the United States of America would I, a non-socialist, quote a socialist telling you that nobody has a clue what fascism actually is? There were several reasons, but the main point was to show you that nobody has a clue what fascism is, and certainly not the Marxist socialists or the left in general. Despite what some have claimed, Orwell himself was no longer a socialist by the time he wrote 1984. That's why he called Big Brother's totalitarian fascist party IngSoc, English Socialism. Even a child can understand the message of Orwell's Animal Farm, which is that socialism becomes fascism. They are the same thing. Yet somehow, many adults have failed to grasp this. By this point in his life, Orwell was jaded by socialism's failures, as documented in many of his later books, and rightly so. Although Orwell never became a capitalist, he had realized that socialism had failed, and had moved away from it. I can relate to that because I did the exact same thing. But the reason people don't know what fascism is because leftist ideologues point-blank refuse to accept the fundamental idea that is central to fascism, and that idea is socialism. By denying the socialism at the heart of fascism, you get a wishy-washy definition of fascism which stands for nothing. In reality, it is socialism by another name. A socialism restricted to the national level. Instead of wanting to have a world revolution, the fascists wanted a revolution for the nation. That's it. Benito Mussolini had emerged from Italian socialism in 1915 in order to become a more faithful interpreter of the will of the people of Italy, to whom he, already editor of the socialist paper Avanti, wished to devote his new journal Il Popolo d'Italia. He argued for the necessity of the war, for Italy's entry into which he was among those truly responsible. Just as he had struggled against Masonry while a socialist, inspired by Sorelian syndicalism, he opposed the parliamentary corruption of reformism with the idealistic postulates of revolution and violence in the name of revolution. Outside the ranks of official socialism, he continued his battle against his old comrades, defending the rationale of the war, defending the infrangible moral and economic wholeness of the national organism against the lying fictions of internationalism. He argued for the sanctity of the fatherland, something that would be sacred even for the working classes. He had already transcended the ideology of socialism, first by instinct, then by reflection. And Gentile wasn't the only one who created fascism. Gregor has written a fantastic book called Mussolini's Intellectuals. Not an easy read, but a good book nonetheless. Gregor walks us through the major players in Italian fascism, and every single one of them is either a syndicalist who then adopted nationalism to become a nationalist syndicalist, or a nationalist who embraced syndicalism to become a nationalist syndicalist. There are some who came later and therefore always embrace both concepts, but the point is that fascism clearly emerged from nationalism and syndicalism. So those people ignoring the syndicalism have completely missed the mark. And that's why people are having difficulty defining fascism. They reject the core and the fundamental elements of it in order to hide from you the socialism that's inherent in it. And the best part is, I have now figured out where we get the idea from that both Nazism and fascism are the same thing. At first, I just assumed that wartime communist propaganda called the Nazis and the fascists, and then the name stuck. Now, to some extent, this is true. That's why you hear people saying how they're fighting the Germans at Stalingrad, but calling them fascists, which the Germans weren't. The Germans fled in panic from Plodavite. In this fight, up to 60 enemy tanks were destroyed and 40 captured, as well as dozens of guns. Many fascists were taken prisoner. But calling everyone on the Axis side fascists caused problems when the war was over. Nazis in Germany weren't fascists. Another of my patrons, Jim Land, has even asked whether the Nazis called themselves fascists or not. Or is this just something that the Allies and Soviets called them? Well, Hitler never called himself a fascist, and indeed looked down upon fascism. We know from intimates of Hitler and from his table talks that he was highly critical of Italian fascism. While Hitler proclaimed repeatedly that National Socialism and fascism were related in Weltanschauung, or spoke of the community of the fascist and National Socialist revolution, his criticism of the Italian system grew increasingly sharp, particularly after his visit to Italy in 1938. And Hitler wasn't the only one to criticize fascism. One might almost say that fascism has reacted upon the creative life of the Italian people somewhat like sterilization. It is, after all, nothing like National Socialism. While the latter goes deep down to the roots, fascism is only a superficial thing. That is regrettable, but one must recognize it clearly. National Socialism is really a way of life, ein Weltanschauung. It always begins at the beginning and lays new foundations for life. That's why our task is so difficult, but also so beautiful, and the goal ahead is well worth our best effort. If fascism was national syndicalism with a philosophy of actualism, Nazism was a racial socialism with a philosophy of international conquest, Lebensraum. I've explained what National Socialism is in detail in my 5-hour documentary on Hitler's socialism using 107 sources, 350 direct references, loads of quotes and notes and so on. If you want to know what National Socialism was, I'd recommend you watch that video and ignore the anti-Semitic Marxist trolls.
No one calls me that anymore. Dulcea, where is he?
I can show you a better time than that crusty old bear.
You're in charge here.
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France. And your reputation precedes you. Liberian, but white as snow. A natural-born killer, even as a child.
That was a long time ago.
I was born in Algeria myself, you know. I'm only half French.
And
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see, cut from the same cloth, you and I.
you don't know me.
I lost my whole family, everything. But I butchered those fuckers. My family's killers. That's when I realized I am a killer too. And a good one at that. I slaughtered dozens in Iraq, in Afghanistan. I found my calling.
You're proud of that, are you?
What happened, happened. To be honest, I found it quite dull. My enemies fell like domino, one after another. Not once did I feel threatened. I was adrift, without challenge, without purpose. At times, I even envied my prey. At least they had a cause to die for. And then, I met him.
Who?
And I knew what I'd been missing. His ideas gave my life meaning. Ideals, Jack. What are yours?
I protect the weak.
Still? So naive.
And if I must kill to protect them, then so be it.
It seems we have less in common than I thought.
I'll take that as a compliment.
If you would kill for your ideals, then surely you are ready to die for them.
sure to find a bargain today. Thank you for your patronage.
You never.
She's not talking to you, idiots.
You killed him! You biomass!
Don't feel I am. Surrender. Translation.
Lies with I surrender. We are exactly that I want.
Shit.
Built with Russian money. To make Russian money. It is no plan for our cause. It is their burden. But now, they will be free!
Crazy son of a bitch.
Raiden? Raiden,
Desperado-affiliated research centers somewhere in that area. According to the intel from our client, the lab's been dumping illegal waste into those sewers. FYI, they're also involved with the cartels in human trafficking. Allegedly, anyway.
This just gets better and better.
Tell me about it. We need you to infiltrate the lab and find out everything you can. Of course, you'll have to find it first. We still don't know the exact location.
So I'm looking for anywhere the lab might hook up with the sewers?
Yep. If they're actually dumping waste, they've got to link up somehow. Find that connection, sneak into the lab, and see if you can find evidence implicating them on anything.
No problem. Stealth's my specialty.
Right. Well, we'll see.
Do we have any idea what kind of research they're doing there?
Not really. Maybe something related to all the people they're trafficking.
Like experimentation?
It's possible. First things first, though. Find a way into that lab. Oh, right. It says here the locals say black crocodiles live in those sewers, so, watch out.
Black crocodiles? Could they be talking about UGs?
Maybe just an urban legend. But still, be careful.
I will scout ahead. You will provide.
Yeah, I don't fall. Yeah, I don't
That
fall.
was fast.
I don't want baby, feel the power. Radio out here, that's a TV tower. have to pray for a million
You're sure to find a bargain today. Wow, excellent. As always, thank you.
Let's go! Backup's here!
Thanks for showing.
Comes the feeling you should never let it go. Caress the feeling. Coming home, Virginia. You could within. Suddenly, everything that's good for me, suffering isn't anymore. Go wash over me, shining like the sun. Nothing's ugly. Why like cover me in this world and Her Majesty, number one in reality. She shines her light on me, Maria, Maria. Shines her light on me, Maria, 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 Maria. Oh, şimdi.
All done.
Shiny.
Hey, how's everything? All right, bye.
Let's do this.
So here's what the packaging. each storm, it comes and you really can't take it lightly because you simply never know. We're going to be ramping up coverage pretty soon here, First Coast News, when it comes to Idalia. Everyone wants to know what can we expect right here at home.
Yes, of course. Major hurricane possibly making landfall. We could be seeing the those Cat 1 conditions will stretch. It depends. Stretch maybe out toward the coast as well. So right now, with our trying to break it down county by county, I am really focusing on our inland locations for the strongest of the weather, the windiest and the wettest. That's because they do have that hurricane watch in effect. But of course, we'll continue to monitor those watches and warnings to see if and when they are extended closer to the coast and farther across the area. So let's start with Duval County. We'll likely see gusts of 65 plus. Now, if we see those sustained winds of 40, that's where it gets a little tricky here. Because this close to be something that we'll watch, but I would anticipate and plan for the potential for some strong rain there. Power outages is going to be possible within those, and also some isolated tornadoes that cannot be ruled out, especially since we'll be on the right side or the eastern half of this storm center. 2 to 4 inches of rainfall will likely be expected for places like Jacksonville. Now we head farther to the west and we include Columbia, Baker, Bradford, Union counties. You all are included in waking up into that hurricane watch first thing this morning. We'll be feeling those Cat 1 conditions. A hurricane watch, not a tropical storm watch, even though it does make landfall. It moves farther into the weaken as it does so, but still a major hurricane moving inland. Of course, the stronger it is at impact, the longer it's going to take to weaken eventually. Roof damage, large branches snap, things like that can't be ruled out in areas inland. Possibly rainfall up to 10 inches, but I would say some of the computer models showing about 4 to 6, maybe 6 to 8, because this is going to be a fast mover. That's kind of a saving grace here, is thankfully it's not going to be parking itself and dumping days and days of rain. It'll be really one main day that'll be blowing in and blowing on out. This is 5 a.m. Wednesday, and I would say our strongest of the winds beginning to approach the Big Bend, pulling up toward that I-75 corridor as Idalia Center makes landfall around sunrise on Wednesday. Then we watch those 60-plus mile-per-hour winds increase across the area. The red are the gusts near 40, so of course the purple are much stronger than that. So we watch those winds spread over our area throughout the day on Wednesday, and then by the late afternoon time frame, they're going to be decreasing from west to east. And our areas out toward Brunswick, St. Simons, you'll feel the conditions later on in the day on Wednesday. Then by Thursday, things will calm down, and we'll head into actually a relatively nice, enjoyable weekend. But we've got to get through this storm first, okay? So the latest update as of 5 a.m. Shows a strengthening tropical storm from the hurricane hunters, and they're actually en route to investigate again. They'll really be in and out of the system here on out. Moving to the north at 7 miles an hour, increasing to major hurricane status come late Tuesday into early Wednesday, and then passing by us as a hurricane over land throughout the day on Wednesday. Now, rain chances for now are going to be on the lower end of the scale compared to what we'll experience, of course, on Wednesday with all of us getting in on those tropical downpours. But today's showers and storms, they'll be much more isolated, and there'll be that seasonal variety that we're used to. So take those preps seriously. Do it now before it is too late. You've heard folks.
He shines her light on me, Maria.
Safe before. I mean, when things like this happen, we come into issues where we can't find the water bottles and the toilet paper and things like that. So just please, folks, make sure you're doing what you need to do to make sure your family has a couple days to get through this system. If you were to get a power outage,
let's say you're dating someone from high school and then you're getting married to that person. And this high school kid, let's say that he grew up and his parents feel like just like serving everything for him. He doesn't know how to cook. He doesn't know how to clean his room. He doesn't know how to even get a job or anything like that. Yep. And then this girl is like doing pretty fine for herself, but that's like the only thing she knows. And she has this sort of idea that she wants to have this guy and she wants to have sex after marriage. And then after they get married and she has sex with him, she meets a guy at work that has this energy of being in control and taking.
I wonder if this has happened to her. Sometimes
It seems very specific.
Yeah, like sometimes chicks tell stories and I'm like,
give themselves away.
Is that what happened to you? Like,
let's say you're dating someone from high school and then you're getting married to that person. This is high school. Let's say that he grew up and his parents feel like just like serving everything for him. He doesn't know how to cook. He doesn't know how to clean his room. He doesn't know how to get a job or anything like that. And then this girl is like pretty fine for herself. That's like the only thing she knows. And she has this sort of she wants to have this guy and she wants to have sex after marriage. And then they get married and she has sex with him. She meets a guy at work that has this energy of being in control and taking. I wonder if this has happened to her.
Sandra performs. I don't like taking pictures of no. I don't know. I don't know. She shines her light on me every morning. He finds a feeling he should never let it go. Go. The feeling. The flag is raised, baby, the glory to the throne.
Let's go!
Okay.
this! I'm back! Thanks for the meal.
Where's my... I'll leave it like this.
misunderstanding the elements of why Hitler. Hitler not invented the whole state.
He's gonna wake me up regardless. I just eat Adderall and I just like finish my coffee. I mean, I kind of have to since like I have a dog, so I wake up every morning at 7, and I make coffee and I feel. I mean, I kind of have to since like I have a dog, so I wake up every.
She shines a light on.
running a sale today. Well done. Thank you for your patronage.
I'm here to help. Let's go. Thanks for coming. Don't sweat it. Mine now. That's a good start. That was delicious.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Let me put my Bluetooth on as I'm in my car, and then we can chat. How have you been today?
Good.
Wait a second. It's switching over. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Max 9.
Hello. Hello. I can't hear you.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hey.
Hi, good morning, my boy.
Good morning, Dad.
It's the end of August almost.
Yeah, it's the end of the week.
End of the week, yeah. Week 2 of Lynn University.
That is correct.
Good.
Good.
Okay, we were worried on Friday, so I'm sorry, but
No, it's good to be.
In touch with you, and the landlord actually was worried about you.
I'm sorry, that wasn't right.
Yeah. So I think you need a louder ring on your phone or something.
Yeah.
Were you really sleeping the whole 24 hours?
Maybe not 24, but a decent. Yeah, I was definitely sleeping for.
Okay. But you've got it under control. The only thing is with the just to finish this topic up, but when they send people, they have to pay for service calls.
Okay.
If no one's there, this guy's going to start to get pissed off. Say,
Right.
look, I'm
Okay.
trying to get this done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but obviously, I said to the guy, I said, well, was this arranged? I mean, did Idris agree to this? Because we can't just have him, from your perspective, you can't just have the guy send over someone and expect someone to be there. I mean, that's not right either.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they prearranged this with you or discussed it.
Not really, but whatever.
Yeah, and then this guy's coming in theoretically tomorrow, so you got to call him and tell him that you're in class. If he's not there by, he has to come this early part of the day because you're not home in the afternoons, right? So you can't say come at 2 because I'm going to class. Well, first of all, you don't have to tell him where you're going.
Right.
But you don't say come at 2 because I got to leave at 3 because, or whatever.
I have to leave before that. Yeah.
They may need to be there for an hour.
Right.
And who knows?
Right.
Anyway, you got to manage that, and unfortunately, you got to hang around and make sure that you're in touch with the guy. What I do, just for your information, whenever I have a service guy come, I always give them, no matter how big the company is, I give them my cell phone and say, please call me half an hour before.
Okay.
So, yeah, and otherwise, you're probably running out of money, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Have you been eating and everything?
Yeah, I've been doing too much Uber Eats. I gotta stop that.
Yeah, please, because you just gotta go shopping and buy some stuff.
Yeah, I have like less than a month left on like the Uber One thing, and then once that runs up, I'm not gonna really be using it anymore.
What's that? Less than a month left on this?
It's like a membership. You get like reduced services or whatever if you use it a bit or whatever. But obviously after that, then I'm not going to use it. So then I'll have less of incentive.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. All right. And so how was your first week? Sounded good. You were interested in?
Yeah, and I'm doing No, I was pleasantly surprised. With how it's going. And obviously we'll be able to. She hasn't It's annoying. She hasn't like graded anything yet, but I have done everything so far, etc. And then technically I even get extra credits with the debate team, so I might even theoretically. I don't want to put the horse before the carriage. I think that's the correct saying, but I might.
It's the cart before the horse.
The cart before the horse. Okay. The carriage
if you
before
put
the
horse in front of the carriage, then it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but theoretically I could get like 100 and something in this class, because I mean that's like
Your phone is
pretty unlikely, but that's just saying because I'm doing pretty dang well so far, and then also I have the debate extra credit, and what's it called, and then so we'll be able to know within by the I guess start of when's 4 weeks. Let me look. So Friday the first will be 2 weeks, or I guess the 31st will be 2 weeks. The 7th it will be 3. So by September 14th, I'll know what the scoop with the wrapped grade is or whatever.
Okay, good. And then you have the next class already scheduled, obviously.
Correct. Yeah, I need to go to the advisor to switch out of the drawing class, but the other 3 are the dialogues.
Okay. All right. And okay, good.
And it all what?
Very good. No, it's all headed in the right direction.
Yeah.
Okay. And then as you get settled in, maybe you'll have time to find a job.
Yes.
A few hours a week here or there to make some money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important. Okay. Also, we talked about Rosh Hashanah. I think it would be nice if you come up for Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah.
But if you do that, you should really look like today for flights.
Okay.
Because it's going to start to go up in price a lot. And right now,
so would it be the the Thursday the 14th I would come.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, but I don't know if you have class on the 15th.
No, I don't have class on Friday.
Okay, so you could do that, or you could come up the Friday the morning, you know. But yeah, Thursday the 15th, 14th.
14th.
Excuse me. If you come up at night, that's great.
Should I book it on my JetBlue?
Yes. Yeah, and see if you can go to White Plains if it's not too expensive. And then you leave on Monday morning, I guess, so you're back in class.
Yeah.
Right. Does that make sense? Or Sunday night or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever works for you. Yeah.
Let me see. Parts.
And it doesn't have to be White Plains. Obviously, it can be LaGuardia.
That's just ideal. Yeah, the park the 14th. Search flights. Seeing some for 94.
That's each way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would be
not the right time of day.
That would be insane both ways. Yeah, they're very early. Let me see.
Yeah, so you have class on the 14th, which you don't want to miss.
Correct. I can get a.
You could come up Friday morning very early.
Yeah, that's another option.
And then leave Monday morning very early, and that'll be good to get 3 days. You know, whatever, 3 days up here.
There's a 7:30 on the 15th, Friday the 15th, for 94.
That's good. Where does that fly into?
White Plains.
What?
White Plains.
Oh, that would be great.
All right. Wait, should I get both of them at once?
What do you mean, both round trip?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
Okay. Thursday, I guess Friday. I don't know how to do both all at once.
Because on top you have to select round trip before you start looking.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. You're right. You are 100% right. 15th to the 18th. Done. Search flight. Okay. 7:30 a.m. Let's do that. Blue Basic.
How much was that? Yeah.
That's 94, and then returning flight. There's $94 from 8:30 to 11:27.
From White Plains?
Yeah.
I would grab those immediately.
Okay. Keep Blue Basic, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have
okay, allow restriction.
feedback, right?
Yeah. Okay, it's $187 total.
Yeah. Now, at the bottom, before you check out,
there's
a place where it says, hold on, it says, so go to checkout, so go through the process. Then there's something where it says, you might get a discount if you get a JetBlue card, right, for 60,000 miles or something. I don't know if they give you that option.
I've seen ads for that, but I know you're like where I sign up for the credit card, right?
Yeah, it may make sense given that you have a better understanding of this to apply for the credit card.
Yeah.
Because you get, first of all, it builds your credit. You don't even have to use it; just put it in your back wallet as an emergency.
Right.
But it also gives you, benefits for flying JetBlue. For example, if you book your flights with JetBlue, you get free check-in. Free bag check-in. Now, obviously, you're not going to use a check-in, but if you would,
right,
they don't charge you. So, that's a nice feature if you use. But anyway, this way, it's up to you. But
oh, yeah. It said, congratulations. You've been pre-selected for JetBlue Plus card, $250 statement, credit plus 15,000 account activity. Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah, yeah.
Apply now,
And then,
so apply
well, then
to
you
it.
have to, it's a $100 a year fee, but I think it might make sense to do.
Yeah, $99 annual fee.
Right. So
Are these things easy to cancel theoretically? I'm not saying I will, but like if I want to in the future.
you can cancel it. They're going to take you $99 right away, right?
Yeah.
And then you don't have to keep doing it, but you do have to remember that you're canceling it. You know? It's one idea. The other thing is you can look online, and sometimes there are better deals for JetBlue, but you won't get the $250 credit. So it might be worthwhile just trying, see if it goes.
Okay.
I mean, you may not because you have no income, so they may decline you in the end
Right.
of this process. But it's up to you.
I guess it's worth the shot to see if they accept me, because then
It's worth the shot. It's worth the shot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the most generous program. Sometimes you can get they're giving you 250 credit, so that's pretty good. That's like a free flight.
Do I source of it? Do I just do unemployed or self-employed?
Is there a student thing?
No.
Yeah, so unemployed, they're probably going to just decay you. But you never know. You never know. Try it.
Gross income, should I just say 12K?
No. You don't have 12K.
Zero?
Yeah, put in 6,000. I mean, it may not work, right? But
Yeah, it's worth a shot. And if it doesn't work, then it's not worth there's nothing to think about.
right. It may, because first of all, they're going to take the $100 from you, so they like that.
Wait. They take it just for the application?
I'm not sure how that works. They may, they bill you. So the next bill, the first bill, is you're going to get a $100 charge. But, right now, I don't know. It's something to think about. If you get a $250 credit for your flight,
Yeah.
then just read everything carefully before you go through it, before you hit OK.
Do you happen to know perchance which one's my real SS?
Thanks for the meal.
since I've never seen you before, I can't tell you how, you've changed. Your skin has changed.
Right.
But we have a picture of every little thing you have. So next time you come back, I'll tell you if you're okay. He said, that's a little different than everyone else you've gone to, where they say, yeah, everything looks fine. He said, you know why? Because they're crooks. That's exactly what he said.
That is verbatim.
Pretty much verbatim, which is unusual. I mean, a doctor usually doesn't. They usually don't disparage their.
Yeah, it's very forthcoming.
And then I said, my son knows your daughter. My son, and my son. Oh yeah, he's a nice young man. He said. I said he knows your daughter from school. I don't know who she is, but he recommended I come to see you. Oh yeah, I remember. And then so that's it. So I went. I have baseline, and but they didn't find. Obviously, I guess if you would have seen something immediately, you would have.
Yeah.
So I guess that was okay.
And I think it's pretty state of the art with the machine he uses, because no other dermatologist I've been does such a high.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, kind of, just even from layman's terms, if to have such a high resolution thing.
Right. Yeah, so that's so I went. So thank you for that recommendation, because I really didn't like this dermatologist that I went to and you went to. Remember that other guy?
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it being very like not the best atmosphere.
Yeah, it was just very, I don't know, seemed a little bit casual about it all.
Yeah. So. This guy seems very state of the art, and yeah.
Seems to be. It's a pretty big practice.
They take insurance and stuff, or?
Yeah, they take insurance. I had $100 copay. That's how it goes. So is your flight done?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. And I got a confirmation code.
Now, now, obviously, with this basic, you don't get seat selection, right?
I don't care either way.
Right. So now what I would do is once you get your record locator, you get your credit card, maybe that you can get a seat selection included.
That's going to be a pain in the butt, and for these 2-hour flights, I don't care.
Yeah, okay. All right. So send me the information.
All right, yeah, let me forward it. What were you going to say, actually, something?
No, you shouldn't have used my credit card.
Oh.
Because that way you can't get the free check-in next time.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use it this time
so
anyways.
Next time when you fly JetBlue, always use this.
Right.
You know what I mean? Always use this credit card. And you're going to start to get miles too.
Right.
So I don't know what other credit card you have. What's that other credit card you have?
I only have one, the Chase one.
Oh, that was Sapphire, right?
Yeah.
So Sapphire one, you get dollars credit in your account.
You can redeem it for certain stuff or cash back, yeah.
Yeah, so I do the cash back. It's real cash back. I mean, it's legitimately, they put money back in your account.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be a lot for you, but it might be $10 or $20. I think they.
No, I think it's like 100 or something. I think I checked.
Yeah, I think you did that already when you made it down. Remember you talked to the guy.
Yeah, no, I was able to waive some fees. I didn't convert my points yet.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason not to convert your points.
Well, sometimes you can, if you know you're going to, for example, use it to buy something on Amazon, you can get, for example, $100 Amazon gift card for equivalent, say, $80 or something.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. That's good.
So, it seems to incentivize you to use specific, they're their partners or whatever.
Okay. Oh, so, separately and unrelated, I was speaking to an old friend of mine who started at Philip Brothers when I started in 1980. His name's Andy Hecht. And so he's my age. I started in October of 1980, October or September of 1980 at a full-time job out of school at 23, and then he started like a month later.
Mm-hmm.
And so we We started the same department, and we've known each other for 43 years. He lives in Vegas now. And he did very well in the commodities business also. But his mother lives in Boca.
Oh.
And, so his mother's 90, whatever. His father just passed away at 93. But he used to come to, he said, so we're talking, he said, yeah, I'm coming down to Boca now that my father passed. Wait a second. 28. Sorry. So he said he's going to come and his mother's now going to move from Boca to Las Vegas in assisted living, and she's very happy to do that because her husband just passed, and she wants to be near her son and grandchildren there. And obviously her son is my age. So he said, yeah, we're going down to Boca. We're going to move her out. We stay at one of my favorite hotels in Delray Beach. Where's that? Because my son, he had an apartment in Delray, now he's in Boca. So it's called the Seagate.
Seagate.
He said it's one of the best hotels. He loves staying in this hotel. And Andy's been all over the world. So I looked it up, and he said it's right on the beach, we love it. It's a beautiful place.
That was delicious.
They really take amazing care of everybody. The hotel. And so I looked it up, and just now, and Friday, whatever.
Yeah.
It was like $250 a night. I said, that's not that expensive. He said, yeah, but that's now. He said in high season it's like $650, $700 a night. So when we come down to visit you, that's where I'm staying.
Yeah.
Not at $650 a night, but I was thinking about coming down and go over. I mean, I wouldn't mind hanging out with you.
Yeah. Okay.
But at any rate, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
It's called the Seagate. So now when you drive by, now I guess we can know that
that's the spot.
Nice place. Yeah. Yeah, and Andy, again, Andy's been all over the world like we have, like I have. So he loves that place. I got to check it out. Yeah. Also, if you get a chance to buy, a nice pair of pants other than the corduroys and a nice shirt, it's a nice. Well, you have shoes, but for Rosh Hashanah,
Yeah.
Kate, you may be going through a mall and see a nice pair of dark khakis and a nice button-down shirt. I mean, you probably have stuff, but also, it wouldn't hurt for you as a young man to have a sport jacket.
Right.
I guess. I mean, it just doesn't hurt to have.
Yeah, 100%.
It'd be used for any occasion.
Right.
So simple color, a nice blue blazer, it goes with khakis and a nice shirt, and you're always ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And you can try them on, and you can find a nice one for $100.
Yeah.
So that might be nice for you to look at and have.
Mm-hmm.
You just always want to be ready.
Right.
Someone invites you to a nice dinner, and you want to feel like you're dressed nicely. I'm sure Reed has many sport jackets.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Right. So that would be a nice. You can have a small pattern on it. It doesn't have to be solid. A subtle check or a subtle little pattern on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just something to think about.
Yeah.
Because you want to look good, especially if you start to talk to people about jobs. I mean,
right.
I don't think the jobs you're going for require a sport jacket, but
regardless, it's just good to.
It's good to have.
It doesn't hurt, yeah.
It doesn't hurt, right? And it's appropriate.
Right.
You need it. Because you're a good-looking young man, and when you dress up, you look even better. So, something to make sure you have a nice one outfit that really looks sharp.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. And then the other thing is, when we don't hear from you, we actually get worried.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And then, of course, I was a little upset because I don't think you should be sleeping all day.
Yeah.
Sleep at night and work during the day. If you
got enough time to sleep during the day. You got enough time to work during the day. Sleep at night, up in the day.
Right.
But we were worried. And then, you know, at 7:50, say, hey, how you doing? And then I don't hear him for 11, and then until midnight 5 times a day. And then the next day, you say hi, you know.
Right.
We get worried.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And then the other thing is, it's up to you, but I wouldn't mind having the name of your friend and his phone number.
Ollie?
Yeah, or someone, another contact, someone.
Okay.
That's a wrap.
Emergency,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
Somebody, anybody, who's a good friend of yours. And you have Linda Kassoff's phone number down there. I don't think they're there now, but, and I know you haven't seen her much, but she is there in Boca, so it's good to have an emergency contact too.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, if something happened, she'd be there in a second if she was around. No question.
Wait, I think I did meet with her somewhat recently because I think she had like my wallet or something, or like credit card or something. I can't remember what happened.
Who does?
Or no, I met with her somewhat recently in Florida. But she had something. I can't remember what the hell it was. A credit card or something, or I'm pretty sure I met with her at like the Cheesecake Factory or something.
Oh yeah, that was 2 years ago or something.
No, that was not 2 years ago. That was like maybe like several. That was probably at the beginning of summer.
Oh. Linda Kassoff?
Well, it was her family member. I'm pretty sure it was her.
Oh, okay.
Unless it was a different family member. Yeah, I'm pretty.
Oh, no, you know what it was? You know what it was?
What?
Medication.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I'm having my breakfast now.
Okay, I'll leave you to it.
It's a kind bar. I'm on the Tappan Zee Bridge now.
All right.
So,
Let's do this.
yeah, I'm glad we're set for, whoops, there's a cop. I'm going 68 on the thing. But he's blowing by me. I'm going 65 on the bridge. He just flew by me.
The cop?
Yeah, state trooper. Anyway, okay, so send us your flight information.
Okay.
And we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
We'll go to synagogue.
Yep. Where we confess our sins to God.
I forgot to tell you.
Oh gosh.
But not very important. No, very interesting. Do you have another 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so I went to this event. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Hold on. Good, it's going up all over my shirt. I went to an event on Friday night, and Michael Lipkin invited me to go to these people in Japan. They were holding a gathering, not a fundraiser, for the United Jewish Federation. UJA, United Jewish Association, which is part of the United Jewish Federation. Anyway, it was just a get together, no solicitations. It was really very, very nice. This couple who were older than me had moved to Japan. They're originally from South Africa. I mean, like late in life from South Africa. Like they've been here for, I don't know exactly, I could be wrong. I'm going to say 5 years, 4 years, who knows. A really beautiful house right on the water, just north of the yacht club, So one of those little smallish houses on Rolsey Road, but really nice, beautifully done. Anyway, the speaker was a young, an emissary, so someone who's sent by the Jewish Federation in Israel. He's an Israeli guy, young guy, maybe I'm going to say 30 at the
Mm-hmm.
most. And his charge is to come here. He spent some time. He loves America. He spent some time in Madison, Wisconsin, of all places. And he goes around and he talks. He's part of this organization. And I guess his job, really, quite frankly, is to, make people want to support Israel or have discussions and support the UJA here.
Mm-hmm.
And so right now, he moved to Stanford. So this was an introduction for him to the community of Stanford. So he gave a little address that I usually am not asked to speak to groups, but I'm so happy to do that. Right now, I'm working on, I'm in charge of doing high school trips for high school seniors who want to go to Israel. And so I help organize, in some cases right out of high school, they may not want to go to college, so we have a 6-month program. Well, I mean, they want to go to college, but they want to do this first.
Right.
So anyway, it's very interesting. So I went to him afterwards, and I said, I have 2 sons. One is 17. He said, well, he should definitely look into, I actually didn't even speak to Sebastian about it. I'm not advocating that Sebastian do this, but I'll mention it. But I said, well, I have a son. Another son who's 23. Are there any programs? He said, absolutely. We have really fantastic programs. And I think it's called, I think it's called Encore, or I'll remember the name, but there's a program. And so I'm gonna have lunch with him, but because I want to find out about it. It might be interesting for you.
Yeah, I'm definitely open. No, yeah, definitely. Why not?
Yeah. So it might be something for next summer or something or whatever.
Yeah. Always good to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have lunch with him. I was gonna say let's do lunch, when you're up here, but that's Rosh Hashanah. I'm sure he's gonna be very busy.
Right.
But maybe that weekend when you're here, we can have a coffee with him or something.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Again, it's probably his busiest time of ever. But anyway, a really nice guy, and might be someone good for you to connect with to learn about things that such as you're interested, and that's your personal choice, of course. It's related to Israel and what's available, and just to meet people too, and to be involved, because I know you're open to it.
Yeah.
So, I think it might be cool. A nice guy, really nice guy. And so I'm going to reach out to him. He sent me an email. So I'll let you know what happens.
All right.
All right?
All right. And do you think there's any type of time frame with the halal or the Chabad thing as far as signing up or joining, or it's
not at all. You can do when you're 80 years old.
No, I mean as far as like the school year goes or anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it early. It's just a group that gets together.
Right. Okay.
Easy.
I mean, it's a social thing, so you do whatever you want.
All right.
And you could send them a text or an email, however you guys do it, say, hey, what's going on? And I bet you they'll say, well, why don't you come to Shabbat or something? Friday night. And you say, okay. And put on a nice pair of pants, nice shirt, and be your wonderful social self, and might meet some nice people.
Yeah.
It's always a little awkward. I mean, even for me, to go into these things, but it's no big deal.
Yeah.
You can always say, yeah, I'll come by for a little bit, and then you can excuse yourself. I gotta go, or you don't go. Right. And you stay. But they are, I believe, and I could be wrong, Andrea, so please don't hold me to it, but I believe that, I'm pretty sure that Hillel is for college. It's a college-based organization for young people, college kids, to hang out and meet other Jewish people, especially in areas. That's not the case in Boca, but
where there isn't a lot. Yeah, but
all over the world. You can be in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and try to find a parallel group.
Well, there's Ethiopian Jews.
Of course. Maybe I should have said Tokyo.
Yeah, that's probably even rarer. Alright.
Okay, stay in touch.
Alright, likewise.
I'll put some more money in later today when I get upstate.
Yeah, it's not urgent by any means.
Please go to the ShopRite and buy yourself some. Now is the best time to buy fruit. Watermelon.
It's the season?
Yeah, watermelon, grapes, peaches, apricots,
Roger.
you know, plums, whatever you like. Just have some fresh fruit every day, Andres.
Okay.
You can't just eat sugar and crap.
Okay.
It's just not good for you.
Alright.
At least one piece of fruit.
Okay, don't work yourself up.
I'm not. I'm just reminding you, that's my job.
Okay.
A box of strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, blueberries.
Those are good.
Anything. Yeah,
those are very
wash
good.
them and eat them. Yeah, while you're watching, you know, a bowl of grapes while you're watching a movie. You know?
Yeah.
You know, some cheese and crackers. I mean, you can buy a box of crackers. Do you like cheese?
Neutral.
Okay, like brie or something. Have some cheese and crackers and grapes. And, you know.
Okay.
Snack. Okay, bye.
Alright, love you. Alright, talk to you. Keep in touch. Bye-bye. Bye.
Mission complete!
2.
Easy peasy.
Born and raised. My dad is Spanish and my mom is American. What about you though? So I was raised in Miami, like born and raised. My dad is Spanish and my mom is American.
Yeah, works phrase as a fronted charge. Yeah, put in a works raised as a fronted church.
Hello. Good luck out there.
Let's go.
Phrases as a fronted charge. Oof. One. She belongs to the street. Oh, yes, phrases as a fronted charge.
accommodation. There we go. You're trans professor or a huge surgery, whatever you want. Go big or go home. This is a teacher. We also have Tampax in male toilets. Yeah, I didn't put it under my shirt. And she took me out of class and yelled at me for promoting an incorrect and violent religion. What's the correct one? Woke ideology? Hey guys, it's Misha and welcome back to my channel. So you may think that university is a place where you can grow as an individual by hearing diverse perspectives, right, and listening to different points of view. Well, unfortunately, at least in most parts of the US, that is no longer the case. And as someone who has experience attending a woke university where everyone who doesn't agree with their ideology is basically silenced, I understand how difficult it can be, and I've asked you guys to share your own experiences attending a university where a certain political agenda was being pushed. That's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to be reading your responses. Before we begin though, please make sure you are subscribed and hit the notification bell just so you don't miss any of my videos. I was recently accepted into a highly prestigious London university. I'm British. However, due to recent events, I'm unlikely to attend due to its racist policies in the name of affirmative action. These have included forbidding white students from engaging in various sports and martial arts classes offered by the university to create safe spaces for other students. I personally know students who have those for the off-campus housing at least, but to see that it's now made its way into the actual university where you have POC only sports now, because that's a safe space, right? Because a POC student is actually at risk if they're mingling with a white person. This is so racist. Historically, the segregated spaces have always been a great idea, right? No. This is ridiculous.
Do you understand what a multicultural space? It means you're not being centered. No, it's not a culture. It's the violence that ASU does. And this is the type of people that they protect. Okay, this white man thinks he can take up our space, and this is why we need a multicultural space. Because we can do away with this shit.
Instead of having all sorts of different people coming together so that we can understand each other and our different, racial backgrounds, no, separate everybody. Another example was highly pressuring white lecturers to participate in unconscious bias testing. They spend so much effort in being anti-racist that they have become racist. Exactly. How else would you call a no whites allowed space? Because one is the oppressed, one is the oppressor, and you are safe if you are around white people. Meanwhile, the quality and availability of student accommodation is poor and overpriced, and the administration of the university continues to deteriorate. It infuriates me, and thankfully I have backup offers which I will consider instead. Thank you for reading. Well, I'm glad you have other options. This raises a great question. Is getting your degree even worth it at this point, with how expensive tuition is? Many jobs now aren't even asking for a traditional college degree, unless of course you want to become a doctor, right? Then you need your bachelor's degree, you need medical school, residency, or if you want to be a lawyer, law school. So yeah, it depends. It varies from state to state, from country to country, but generally speaking, that's still required of you. However, if you want to do something else, it's a good question, right? Like, is it worth getting your degree if you're going to have to go through indoctrination or pretend to go along with this ideology to pass? It's so sad. It really is sad. I live in the UK, and recently my local university has announced in much fanfare that they're introducing LGBT-only accommodation. There we go. We had POC-only housing in areas, now we have LGBT-only accommodation. Because straight people will put them at risk, obviously. It's not the only university that is introducing this idea in the country, but basically if you're straight, you can't have a room in these buildings. We're all people. Our sexuality shouldn't matter. We shouldn't constantly be talking about that kind of thing because nobody cares. Nobody should care. It's just part of a person and it doesn't define a person. What these people... Bedazzled.
Pastor said that Trump pop my collar off my shirt. Make these bitches go. Yeah. Schoolboy Q with a pound in the park. So much for his hot dog ever.
Easy peasy. Yeah.
Need a hand?
Thanks for coming.
Sprays just in front of the church.
This'll be easy.
Blame some of the oils. Spray essential oils.
meet you.
I've got some great deals for you. Well done. Wow, that's a bunch. Thank you for your patronage.
Like born and raised. My dad is Spanish. My mom is. What about you though?
I was born in California. I basically grew up mostly in New York, Connecticut. Now, like, obviously I spend time here and stuff. I live off campus. And my mom is German and some other stuff, and my dad, I don't really know. I think I'm mostly, like, German and Italian and, like, some other, like, European stuff. Not, like, a whole too sure. Yeah. I don't know. It's not even my fault.
I'm stuffed. Let's go! I'm stuffed.
Scheiße.
Hey, good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning. Good.
So give me an update. How's school?
Pretty dang well, actually.
Awesome. Okay, what does that mean? Are you enjoying the course? And how's the plan? How's the workload? And how's it been going? Kind of.
I think I have to redo the schedule and more stick to adhere that. But as far as during the week, I was able to do all my work for the most part. What's it called? Proactively. There was a couple times where it was a little bit later than I would have liked, but regardless, I still got it all in and stuff.
Okay.
And then,
okay, you got it all in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I guess I'm still struggling a bit with loneliness or socially or whatever. I did try a couple times to talk to people, and it went fine. I don't know. Didn't go terribly. Didn't go the best.
Yeah. So here's the thing. What I would say is, Andreas, I know you really want a social connection, and you're kind of wait a minute, college is supposed to be about girls and fun and hanging out with people. Because of the situation you're in.
I am putting the cart before the horse, or I'm saying the saying wrong.
Well, you really, this term has to be solely about academics.
Right.
I mean, I have to tell you, a lot of times kids go to college and they don't have a lot of time to socialize, and they have to just study. They're there to get an education. And, some kids are like, well, if they're social, then I maybe might get B's or they might get C's. You need to focus on getting good grades because you were not doing well. You know what I'm saying? You can't really afford to say, well, I can be social. I don't think this is the term.
Right.
I think you're going to have to make a commitment to, and if you meet people organically, that's fine. But we can't wait for that to happen.
Right.
It's not on the top of our priority. Our priority is getting you to get a good education, right?
Right.
Because the alternative, I have another young guy who's failing out, and he's not going to go to college, and he wants to become an entrepreneur, but obviously to become an entrepreneur, what do you need? He doesn't really want to get a job because, he got fired from his ice cream job, he got fired from another job, so he wants to become an entrepreneur, but you need money, you need an idea, you need time. And even becoming an entrepreneur, it doesn't really land in your lap. You have to put loads of work into something.
Right.
And to do that, you need to be able to support yourself. And to, and I don't, so I don't think his parents are going to pay for him, for 5 years while he's kind of figures out what he's going to do to be an entrepreneur. They're going to make him get a job. But it's looking bleak because he already got fired from 2 jobs. And so until he really puts the work in, his life is going to be pretty bleak, right?
Right.
Because it closes a lot of doors. So I think, this term, it has to be all about schedule and self-care. What do I mean about self-care? Do I mean kind of relaxing and eating pizza? No, I mean actually forcing yourself to work out, to, get outside, to do things that are good for yourself, that give you resilience.
Right.
Not relaxation. You need more things that build resilience, not relaxation.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so
and I joined the debate team.
Wow. Okay, that's awesome. That's great. Good for you. When does that meet?
Every Tuesday and Thursday.
In the evening?
Yeah.
All right, but here's the thing again. What's going to happen to your academics that night? How are you going to get the work done for the next day?
I guess, yes, that's something that obviously, if it does interfere, I'll have to drop it.
The problem is once it interferes, it's going to be too late. Because once you fall behind,
So
what
do I do? Drop it, or?
Well, I think, ideally you would have a club that meets on the weekend, you know, because it sounds like every day there's something due.
But yeah, for the most part, yes.
And you can join it, but the question is, when are you going to get your work done?
Right.
You have to. Nothing, Andreas. You have to really.
Yeah, nothing
understand
supersedes the work right now.
Nothing can get in the way of the work, and if it does, then you're looking for an excuse to get out of the work. And nobody in the world is going to care except for you and your parents and me.
Right.
It's not going to hurt the people on the debate team. It's not going to hurt the teachers. They don't care if you stay or go.
Right.
Okay, so you have to remember that trying to get out of work or making excuses.
Well, I'm definitely not doing it to get out of anything. That's for one.
I know you're trying to get active, but I wonder if being active maybe on the weekend or doing something that maybe meets less frequently, or I worry that a Tuesday, Thursday are very critical days to study, because that means that whatever you have to do Wednesday or Friday is not going to get done.
Generally, well, stuff maybe due Friday, but I don't have class on Friday.
Okay. But something could be due.
Yes, definitely.
Right. And so, right. Did you go to a debate team meeting?
Yeah, I went to two last Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay, good. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely pretty interesting, and definitely got me thinking about stuff. And yeah, I think it's also good if I want to go into law.
Yeah, but guess what? You have to pass. So what happens the next day with your work? What happened? Yeah, they're not going to care about you being on the debate team if you're getting D's.
Right.
There's no going to law school if you get D's.
Right.
You have to get B's to get into law school. Not even C's, Andreas. It's very competitive.
Right.
It's highly competitive. And they don't just say, well, he's got a degree and he passed. Because law school is going to be serious papers, massive amounts of work. Okay?
Understood.
And so, if you're getting, right, so, and it's very competitive to get in. So they're going to accept somebody else. The debate team's not going to mean much unless you're getting really good grades, okay?
Right.
I don't want to be the hammer. I'm here to support you. If you said, look, this isn't working, or I'm worried about that, or this happened, tell me, because I can help. We can work this out together. But I also am firm about, I don't want anything to get in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear you talking about social things, I'm like, until you're really getting B's and really applying yourself and you've really got a good schedule, I don't think that's our top priority. If you meet someone somewhere, great. If you just happen to organically meet someone in class, but I think right now, the relaxation, the social stuff, that can come when you don't have a job and you're not in school.
And I don't know if it's because I'm going between two extremes. Well, I bet it has to do in some part. Because basically after Thursday, the last 3 days, I basically slept the majority of it or whatever. I couldn't even really take advantage of them as relaxation or free days or whatever it may be. And I'm mostly angry at myself in the sense that I don't know, because of my body just not used to having to be attentive for 4 days straight or whatever. But
probably.
But basically, after Thursday night or whatever, I was kind of the 3 days with sleeping. It basically went by in a flash, and I was not happy at the end. I was like, okay.
I wonder why you're sleeping so much. Did you have any work due the next Monday or anything? Did you?
No.
They didn't give you any work due Monday?
No, we had an outline thing for a presentation for a philosopher. That was due on I think Friday.
Okay, and you got that in. Who are you gonna talk about?
Ayn Rand.
Which one?
Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand?
Yeah, objectivism.
Oh, okay, Ayn Rand as a philosopher.
Yes.
Oh, okay, more of a contemporary philosopher.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So that's
20th
century.
Cool. Okay, cool. Good for you, Andreas. Good for you. All right, and you turned that outline in?
Correct.
So
one of the things that annoys me about her though is that she hasn't graded any of our stuff yet.
So you probably need to go and talk to her and say, it's very important to me that I understand where I stand in the class. I'm working to get B's, or, A's and B's, and, right?
Right.
Okay, maybe you need to go talk to her.
Right, and she also is with the debate team. That's how I kind of was. Well, that's my attention. Apparently, I would also get again. Obviously, if there's no point in. Obviously, she said you get extra credit and stuff for it. Obviously, there's no point if I fail. The main class, the extra credit is not going to do jack.
Yes.
But
Oh, I see. Okay, so it's kind of connected to the class. So why don't you do this? Why don't you stay on the debate team? It seems like you really enjoy it, and it's kind of broadening your horizons, and you can also get extra credit for it, but you're absolutely right. And Andreas, here's the thing. I really want you to know what it feels like to get good grades.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a D is not what I would call,
no.
Or even a C.
I was about to say, even...
is not what I would call positive reinforcement. And the thing is do you want to, if you get a D, do you want to really study in that class?
Yeah, no.
No, because it's not positive reinforcement, right? If you got a B or an A, how would you feel about engaging and studying in that class?
Good, and also not just for that class, for future classes, probably good.
Yes.
Momentum.
You would start to hold yourself to a higher esteem. That's what I want for you. And by the way, you can do that. The real thing that I know you and I both struggle with is you just need to do the work. I think you underestimate just how hard studying is or how much work it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And you have to really be disciplined and you have to work ahead. You can't just be reactive and just do the bare minimum. You have to really, like when she said to make an outline, maybe even over the weekend, start preparing preparing your material and studying and reading, because unless you're going on ChatGPT, you don't know everything about Ayn Rand, and you don't really know how to formulate that argument, and that takes time. It could take a week to really write a really good speech, some sort of a really good piece on Ayn Rand.
Right.
Okay, so think about even the top authors. If they want to write a short story, even 5 pages.
Or they just constantly reiterate. They don't just have a stream of consciousness and then put that out. They probably retool it probably hundreds if not thousands of times.
Totally, completely. You're absolutely right. So you've got the intellect, but you need to learn to apply it. And that's the biggest challenge, because up to now you haven't had any positive reinforcement. So you're like, well, I don't really, it kind of even feels scary. Like, am I doing it the right way or whatever?
Right.
And in the past, you've always tried to put the least amount of effort into everything. But if you want good grades, Andreas, you're going to have to, you say that like, okay, there was only a outline due, but at some point the real piece is going to be due.
Most definitely.
And you could have started this weekend like spending 2 hours each day. Just 2 hours. That goes by in a blip. Just even researching and writing some notes or formulating your ideas or coming up with first sentences of each paragraph or something. It takes time. Writing. I'm a good writer. I was up till 2 a.m. last night writing. I'm a good writer. It's slow work. It is especially when you're formulating an argument. If it's a personal piece, okay, you can just like you said, write from conscious. But if it's something that you have to back up or argue or debate or something, you need to look at multiple resources.
Right.
Yeah. So you haven't had any grades back, but all the materials gotten in. Have you?
Yes.
What did you get? What did you get in late?
What did I get in late?
What did you turn in late?
Well, technically, I'll admit that the outline, basically I sent her the link to a Google Doc, but I didn't give her what's called access, so if she would look at it before, because I wasn't completely done with it by the time. I could always just, whatever, and then basically, and then once I finished it, I made sure the access was that so she could see it. So that was like a pseudo late thing, but all the other assignments, I got them in.
Okay, and so, but they're onto that. The teachers know that.
No, I'm
that
definitely, and then I don't plan on doing that again.
Yeah, and also that annoys them because they know that students are trying to trick them into thinking like, oh, they did it, but they forgot to give them access, right?
Right.
They've heard that.
Yeah,
They've heard that story a million times.
Yeah,
Okay?
so some kid, in like the first days of class, he was sitting right in front of the teacher, and he was literally downloading ChatGPT. It was like, dude, out of all the things to do that, and she shoot him out in front of the whole class. I was like, man, that's ballsy.
Wait, how did she know that he was on ChatGPT?
Well, I think he wasn't really paying attention or whatever, and then she was like, oh, it's like, like the class, like, oh, why don't you share with the class, well, let's see what you're doing, kind of smart Alex thing, and then I guess he was downloading ChatGPT. That was very interesting.
Well,
thank goodness it wasn't me.
First of all, it's a great way to get kicked out of school.
Yeah.
Right? Second of all, it's a great way to cheat yourself out of an education. You won't learn anything. And then also, everyone thinks ChatGPT is so good. You could always read it just to get some perspective, but it's very shallow.
Yeah, no, and then I've heard like people, they ask you like different questions and stuff, and then you can totally tell if someone totally just phones it in. Like their whole thing falls apart if you do any prodding.
And also, it's and it's very easy for them to, you can tell when somebody's when everything's from ChatGPT. Yeah. So, but the real thing is, you're an intellectual guy. I've always known that about you, and you've always prided yourself on, knowing kind of like linguistically, like interesting words and using a rich vocabulary and stuff like that. So why not invest in yourself?
Right.
Why not? Why not invest in yourself? And Andreas, if you do want to go on to forensic law, you're going to have to prepare and know a lot, and you're also going to have to train yourself to work for hours on end.
Right.
I got to tell you, even getting this PhD, guess how many hours I sat in my chair yesterday?
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, it was a Sunday.
Oh man.
And I sat all day until like 2 a.m, all day. And I took some breaks to eat, and I procrastinated a little bit, right?
Sweet.
I probably wasted about half the day, but really from 4 o'clock on, from 4 o'clock till 2 a.m, and I'm nowhere near done. So remember that if you do want to go on, some of it is joyful, some of it is not.
Right.
Learning is hard work. Learning is hard work, but it's also rewarding, especially if you get good grades.
Yeah, and hopefully, again, with the double-edged thing of this, the double-edged sword of this, class structure, theoretically, we'll be able to tell by the 16th of September, my grades, my final grades for this class will be out.
Oh my God, that's coming up. I mean, so what do you have?
Oh yeah, I'm already a fourth done through the class.
Yeah, what do you have due this week, Andreas? Like what's due today?
There's reading and questions.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay, did you do that?
I mean, technically, it's for. I mean, technically, it's for it to be submitted before class tomorrow, but.
Okay, so you didn't do it yet.
Okay, she just started grading some stuff. I got an 8 out of 10.
Good, that's 80%.
Let's see if she graded anything else. The only thing she graded. Yeah, grades. Submit, 8 out of 10. Yeah, that's the only thing she graded so far.
Okay, so that's 80%.
Oh, wait, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I think she might be doing it right now as we speak.
Yeah, probably. So how do those feel?
Good, good. Hopefully there's no wrenches in the way. Yeah, right now I have a 92% of an A.
Hey, Andreas, I have a question. How would you feel about going for an A in this class?
I think especially with, well, if I don't have to drop the debate team, I think that's definitely feasible.
But, well, I would say you can stay in the debate team. I can see the connection now, right? She's there. You can, it's kind of like has to do with class, so it will help your engagement in class. It will give you extra credit, right? Like, don't fall down to a B because then your extra credit's going to be trying to claw back up.
Right. And yeah, it's not, yeah.
Andreas, you have an A. Don't let that go. Like, literally go to the library today and plow through and try and start writing that Ayn Rand piece.
Right.
So that you have time to iterate. And even look up some unusual sources or whatever. I say go to the library. We don't look up books anymore at the library, but it's just a quiet space where you feel
and again, being in the milieu, just having like, people, college kids just walking around, that kind of starts to desensitize me otherwise if I feel like...
And you feel more scholarly if you are in a library.
Right.
You really do.
Yeah, I started listening to more classical music.
You feel like it's more, you know, of a normal thing to do as a student.
Right.
Okay. Wow, that is amazing. So, what has your schedule been like?
Basically just what I need to do as far as like getting to class and stuff, and really not adhering to that much else. But now I wanna add stuff or whatever.
Okay, well, let's talk about the actual schedule. Are you going home after class and taking a nap?
Definitely not taking a nap. 110% not that. But as far as going home, it's been sometimes I've stayed after. Well, the days especially at debate, it's because it's from my class is over at like we get out anywhere from 5 to 5:30. I think the debate starts at 6, from like 6 to 8 usually, or 6 to 7. So I just stay over, and sometimes I do the work. And then in the days where I don't have that, it's probably.
And then you go home after debate.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could probably get a bite to eat on Can you get a bite to eat, like a sandwich or something?
Theoretically, yeah.
Well, how are you going to make it till 8 o'clock with no food?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question.
Andreas, here's the thing.
I feel like that's probably why I sleep so much during the weekend, or one of the reasons maybe.
I also don't think that your body has the right nutrients because
that is 110% correct.
For somebody who's a good-looking guy, 6 foot tall, pizza's not the prescribed
6
diet.
6'2" or 6'3". No, I'm joking.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And so, I know that you have food sensitivities, but we have to take care of.
Right now it's just carbs, and nothing else. Not...
Right. Well, carbs are really very low in nutrients, and it fills the gullet, but it doesn't provide any nutrients.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you feel about the fact that you have a 92% in the class right now?
That's good. I'm happy.
Okay, but you know that work, by the time it gets to week 3 and 4, the work gets more intense.
Right, yeah, no, definitely, 100%.
It's going to be more like papers do. So
yeah, this is not it's not a stagnant, static progression. It's definitely.
Yeah, it's not exactly. So what is the talk to me about, when is that Ayn Rand piece due?
Informative presentation due the 31st.
Okay, so that's the end of this week.
Yes.
In a formal presentation, do you have to turn in the paper?
Yes, but the paper's just basically an outline for, I'm assuming, what we're going to be like ad hocing or whatever saying, along with the slides.
In order to and you are going to present it on the 31st?
Place of action, form presentation. Students prepare 3 to 4. I'm pretty sure I don't know exactly when we present, but I'm definitely imagining. I don't think we're just going to make a presentation just to not present it. I would be I'm almost certain we're presenting it.
Yeah, I think and so presenting it, so that you're comfortable presenting it, how much time do you think that's going to take?
I'm not too sure, but honestly, I just need to be familiar with what I'm going to say or the gist and just do it. Sometimes with those things, sometimes if I do it too much, I think there's a happy medium middle ground kind of, but if I do it too much and overanalyze the crap out of it or the crap out of the classroom dynamics, it can kind of psych me out in another way. So
okay. So I don't want you to overanalyze anything about the classroom. What I want you to do is focus on the material in your presentation. Yeah. Okay?
Correct.
Forget the social piece. You're there to learn and do well. You were an A student.
Yeah. I mean, just even standing so bad, man. I have to lean against stuff, otherwise I shake. It's so bad.
Well, but did you know, so the number one thing to help with nerves is preparedness. So if you really try and ad hoc it, I worry that it won't come across.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying even stuff I prepare just because I have all the eyeballs on me.
Okay.
I mean, yes, that definitely doesn't hurt knowing it better, and definitely probably alleviates to some degree. But just even if it's the most, I'm the most intimate with the material. I know it like the back of my hand, in and out, or whatever. I'm most likely still just by virtue of people just looking at me, gonna start to shake or think about shaking and then start to shake, and then this kind of this terrible cyclical thing of now I'm shaking, now that makes it worse, then that makes the shaking worse, then da 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 da.
Yeah. So I wonder so you're going to be on the debate team. So what does the debate team kind of require?
Well, I'm gonna definitely have to be doing similar. I mean, not necessarily presenting, but I'm definitely gonna have to be getting having people at least watch me in a sense.
Yeah, you are going to be presenting on a debate team, right?
Yeah, presenting my stance. Yes, so pseudo presentation.
You're going to have to be speaking up.
Yes.
Debate is all about speaking up, right? And arguing your point.
Yes.
And so this is actually great practice for you, right? Most people find it very difficult to stand up and speak in front of a class, but being prepared can really help. Kind of winging it. Maybe having, real things that you can focus on, like bullet points that you can go through and talk about.
Right.
Okay. Right?
Right.
So I do believe that preparedness helps.
Okay, and she gave a comment. She said, please note the difference between the iBook introduction and the primary source text. Lewis gives the moral arguments, noting that he has a concept of justice, and the concept must have come somewhere, namely God. Lewis argues that Jesus couldn't be just a good teacher because he claimed to be God. If someone claims to be God, we assume they are a liar or a lunatic. If so, Jesus is wrong about being a God. He must be a liar or a lunatic, not a good teacher. Okay, I don't know.
Does that make sense to you?
Not really, but I guess I can ask her for follow-up in person.
Okay. What was she saying? Make note of what?
The difference between the iBook introduction and the primary source text. Because what I did for some of these is that I got another grade, 9 out of 10.
Great! Wow.
For what I did for some of these is as I got I found the audiobook on YouTube because I just comprehend the reading that better versus the text. Well, so I read some of the text and then I found the audiobook on YouTube to comprehend that way.
The audiobook?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the primary text is always better. So I wonder how you can work off of that. It sounds like she really wants you to use the primary text. Or can you go talk to her about why you use the iBook or the audiobook?
Yeah, I'll tell her. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Andreas, how does it feel to have an A in this class?
Good.
So do you think that makes you feel like, oh wow, I can kind of coast a little this week, or because I've got
No, because these things are so subject to again, because of the consents thing, it's like one day is a week. It's and this can as soon as I get like a bad grade, like that 92 is gonna go. Sooner or later I'm gonna get another 8 out of 10 or another even lower, maybe even like a 7 out of 10.
Suddenly you would have a low B, right?
Yeah.
Because right now you have a low A. So if you got a C, suddenly you would have a low B, and that puts you in peril, and it doesn't feel as good.
Right.
So fight like the Dickens, okay? Fight like the Dickens to keep this, Andreas. You deserve this. It's always been very important to you. You know, some people don't care. My other kid, you know, he's a little younger than you. He really doesn't care. He's more interested in the social piece, you know? But then he has these high ideas about what he wants to do, and I'm thinking, I don't know what your future holds, because you just got fired from 2 jobs and you're failing out of school.
Yeah.
What's his future hold?
Yeah, I mean, if I screw up this semester, I'm basically in the same spot as him.
Yeah, I mean, that nothing is more important than your academics, and I do want to talk to you a little bit about the schedule, because I want to talk to you about schedule and food, taking care of yourself, food. You know what I mean? Because I do worry that, like, you know, for whatever reason, I think you maybe either forget to eat, or you wait till you're super hungry, and then
I think with my extremes, I think for a while I'll not binge as far as like bulimia goes, but binge as far as like I will just stuff my stomach up and then some or whatever, and then go like a while. It's almost like I'm getting ready, so my body thinks I'm gonna hibernate or something. So like.
Well, I think you wait too long, and so then you're low blood sugar, and then it craves carbs, and then you eat a bunch of pizza or like bread or sandwiches or something, and then you don't eat for a while. And I don't think that you have the right nutrition, and your brain needs this for development. You have to think about.
Yeah, I gotta have the synapse.
You know, for example, you can have pizza or a sandwich.
But
then you also need a salad, and you need to incorporate fruit into your diet, and you need all those vegetables to think. Don't you want something to make life easier?
Yeah, and really, it's just something that's like it's an advantage that I'm just kind of scoffing at, and I totally it's really kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, Andreas, you're so lucky because you're tall, you're a good-looking kid, and so young man, not a kid anymore. My God, so you're tall, you're a good-looking young man. Why not? You know, when you shower and you put on your cute clothes, you look great, and now you're filling yourself up with education and knowledge, and you've got an A. This is amazing. Hang on to this, fight for this, and do everything you can to invest in yourself right now. This is your job. That's all you have to do. Some people have to go to a job and they have to do things for others, right? They have to.
Right now this is for myself.
Stock shelves all day for, Best Buy or something like that. All you have to do is focus on yourself and make life better.
Right.
And the social piece will come, but I don't think you're ready. I truly think like this parallel play of the debate team connects you with people. You don't really even have to really talk to people, but connects you with people. You're there with them. And maybe on the weekend we can work in like a social thing. But I think during the week there's just no time for that.
Yeah, honestly, it's distracting.
I wouldn't focus on it in school. I would focus on class and doing your very best.
Right.
So what can you do to kind of prepare? Because it's already Monday and you have to present on Friday. So what do you think you can do to get a jump start? Really, is this the next big assignment that's due?
Yeah.
Okay, so all the little assignments, keep doing what you're doing, and even put in a little extra work. See if you can bring that 92 up to a 95. I am just beyond impressed. Okay, Andreas,
Okay.
but that Ayn Rand piece cannot be done the night before.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay? Every little bit, like even if you work an hour on it tonight, 1 hour, just set the timer and be like, I'm going to work for an hour. You know? Get a jump start. She probably only has you speaking for what, 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah, the presentation, 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, so that means that each page that's probably like 3 pages written out. 2 pages maybe written out. 2 to 3 pages. I would make it 3 pages and then iterate it down to something that's really good and really concise.
Right.
And I would practice because this is a chance for you. People don't go into debate and just kind of spew. Like just talk about stuff.
Right, no, yeah, I was seeing when like the people who, like, the seasoned people were doing it, they did a practice round in front of me, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, I thought I would, like, yeah, they were, yeah.
Because they have pre-prepared.
Yeah, no, they write down, and they do, then they whatever, if they think's not good, they exit out, and then from each point, they give, like, more points. There was, like, a whole flow chart that they made.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've never been on a debate team. That's pretty interesting. You're going to have to tell me about it. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your schedule. What does your schedule look like? Give me a realistic view of what your schedule looks like, kind of generally during the day. And then let's talk about maybe a tiny little shift that could even improve it.
Okay, it's so loosey-goosey right now, at least for the last week. I was just trying to focus on getting to class, which I have been doing, which is good. But, yes, so I really don't even have, a go to bed or wake up point. I just make sure, well, I set like 20 alarms, I think the first one. Let me see, alarm.
Give me an idea of what it's like. So in the morning, what time do you wake up typically? What time do you...
Sorry, I just have to take a quick bathroom. One sec. Hey.
Hi.
And then I just have another question. As far as like getting other like food groups, etc. How is there like things I can get that aren't perishable, or how would I go like as far as like fruits and vegetables and stuff, or aren't or well, because like most of these things they only last like a week maximum, right, or something.
Well, so apples, if you keep apples, let's say you go to Trader Joe's and you get like a bag of small apples, right? Because I suggest like the small, really good, yummy ones like Gala or, some...
Are those more nutritious? Because I kind of like all apples the same.
You like apples or no?
Yeah, I do quite a bit, and I think I can actually... like if it was a perfect world, I would eat them without the skin. But honestly, as long as I just wash it outside, and I think the skin's also nutritious, I'm like I can get myself to eat the skin.
I would just eat it because it's less prep.
Yeah, so for two reasons.
When you go to Trader Joe's, get a bag of apples. Take them out of the bag because the plastic will make things go bad much faster. and then throw them in a bowl with a little dish soap and wash them right then and there. You know, you put all of them in a bowl with some cold water and throw in a little dish soap, and then take your hands and just wash them. Your hands will get nice and clean too. Okay? So you wash it, then you rinse them, pat them dry, they should be dry, and store them in the refrigerator. They'll last for a month.
Oh, okay.
Or more. Okay? So, but if you have one apple a day, just one apple a day, that will improve your health.
Yeah, I think I can definitely do that. That's feasible.
And here's the thing. The nice thing is you could have it between class and your debate team or something like that, because you need a little snack.
Yeah, that's true, except I don't know
what
where.
else you can pack in your backpack? So you can pack an apple, and you can pack a protein bar, a wrapped protein bar. Any kind you want.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, Costco sells them. You know, you can pop into, I think Trader Joe's sells them too. You know, anyone will. You can buy a pack of 10 or 20. And between the protein bar and the apple, you're going to have a little nourishment to feed your brain.
Right.
I'm not crazy about packaged foods. They're over processed. But in your case, Andreas, you do need something. And I know, you know, my boys eat protein bars too. Like, I certainly wouldn't, because my body doesn't need it, right? Mm-hmm. I'm old. But they, you know, you guys have got more muscle, whatever, you need more energy. They're packed with calories. So it can give you the nutrition. So I would recommend that. I would recommend packing one apple and a protein bar and eating it right after class, even if it's on the way home or you're walking. And I don't recommend going home. I still recommend right after class, maybe eating that or going to get dinner on the days that you don't have debate.
Or even what I could do is as a thing is I could, like, I don't know if this is a good, like, pseudo reward thing, but I only go home once I've completed my work that I need to be due for the next day, so that's kind of like a pseudo reward. Does that make sense? I could be like, okay,
But which day would you go home? You can't go home with Tuesday, Thursday, because now you have debate.
Right.
So that means Monday and Friday you don't have class.
Yeah, Monday, Wednesday.
So that's just Monday, Wednesday. And those are going to be big study days, Andreas. So the answer is no.
Okay. Oh, yeah, just getting your thoughts.
Home, I know you want to go, and I know class is exhausting. Believe me, the last thing you want is, like, to go straight to the library. But I have to say, if you go and you walk and you eat your apple, on Mondays and Wednesdays, I would recommend actually going to get dinner. Mm-hmm. Go to get dinner, like, somewhere near campus.
Right.
I don't know if they even have something on campus. I know you can't get into the dining hall, but get something for dinner, whether it's a wrap and you know, something that you like. And I would go straight to the library and get it done. Because if you go home, the likelihood of you starting work before 11 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night is really low.
Right.
You probably chill out, and then you're like, oh, crap, it's 10 at night. I haven't, you know?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So is it possible to try that? Like, where could you get dinner where you could go eat something? Or what time do you like to eat dinner? Do you like to eat dinner late? Or do you like to eat it right at 5:30?
I'm trying to think. Oof. Generally, I think probably late, probably after the debate.
Okay. Either way, I love the idea of right after class you eating an apple and a protein bar, one way or the other. I would have you eat an apple and a protein bar, head over to the library, or head to debate class. And that way it's a very consistent schedule. And then afterwards, on your way home, getting dinner, and then you can chill out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice to, at 10 o'clock, be like, I'm done. Man, I get to chill out, and for 2 hours, I can just, you know, chill out and then kind of have a leisurely bedtime. Mm-hmm. But Andreas, I'm just so proud of you. I just, you know, the key is, though, don't ad hoc anything. Don't kind of wing anything. You know, I think that she's going to be looking for a prepared speech, not just...
No, 120%.
Yeah.
And she's also the one, I think, I don't know if I mentioned, but I was like initially very I don't know, skeptical's not the right word, but trepidatious maybe. But yeah, because she had
she's tough.
Yeah, she was the one that had the non super favorable professor reviews.
But guess what? If you put the work in, she will reward that.
Yeah.
So apparently those people tried to they thought she was just going to be easy, oh, I'll just turn in some shit.
Right.
I'll just do this last minute and scribble this out, right?
Yeah.
But you've seen how she feels about ChatGPT. She really wants you to learn. And I got to tell you something, Andreas. It's nice to have a teacher who really cares about your learning because, to be honest, most don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care whether you fail or whether you do well. But I'll tell you who does. You do. I've never met anyone who took more pride in kind of wanting to feel accomplished and intelligent. And so why not put the effort in?
Mm-hmm.
Why not do it?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, right? And then when you get together with your parents or even other people, even other scholars or friends, you could even talk about your philosophies and Ayn Rand, and you'll know something. And that, believe me, that's a real girl magnet, you know?
Yeah.
Girls love smart guys.
Yeah. Or just stuff with people, not a bum with oh, what are you doing? Nothing. No, it's way better to say, oh, I'm busy right now. I'm really busy. I'm doing work versus I'm a bum.
Or I'm fighting for an A in this class. You don't think that's attractive?
Right.
Right. Yep. So but moreover, I want you to have this for yourself. Remember, you're doing this for yourself. You're not doing it to do the bare minimum just to get by so that then the squirrel will keep you. No, there's no point in that. You're doing it to invest in yourself. It's high time. And you're mature enough now. I see it. I hear it. I hear it. I see it. And I hear you wanting to fight it. The biggest things that we have to fight right now are your nutrition and your schedule.
And you're still pretty anti me getting yogurt and stuff. You don't think that's a good idea, or health wise?
No. When was I anti yogurt?
I thought it's because it's dairy or whatever, and it's not good.
Well, dairy isn't necessarily with you. I'm on a whole different level. I want you to get nutrition. Yogurt is probably better for you than, especially if it's a good yogurt. If it's a sugary yogurt like Yoplait, forget about it. It's all sugar. But if you can eat a good yogurt, I think that is a nice snack. That's not a meal.
Right.
For someone who's 6'2".
Right.
So if on the days that you go study, you might want to have an apple, a protein bar, and a yogurt, and then go study. That combination will be enough to give you sustenance to get through until, 8, 9 p.m. and then go have dinner or 8 p.m. Go study from 6 to 8. Get it over with. Go to the library. Be around other scholars. Your whole idea surrounding school and yourself will change. Because when you go home and you flop yourself down, the avoidance, the anxiety.
Well, it's not avoidance. It's a void. It's a void.
Yeah, it's avoidance. You're avoiding what you need to do, and that sends a really damaging message to your brain. What would you think about today trying to, is there a way that you can go, can you pop into Trader Joe's on your way to school today and get some apples,
I think on my way back I will.
And you're back from where?
On my way back, sorry, from school, because what's it called? I don't want to have the stuff. I think I need to go general grocery shopping, and I don't want to have the food in my car, especially.
Yeah, but the only problem is that what I was going to say is, can you today can you go to class, when you get out, walk around, go find a place to walk around campus, right? It's not as hot because it will be, 5 o'clock p.m., so it will still be very pretty out, and you'll need to get some walking in. And just walk and eat the apple, and walk and eat the bar, and walk and eat, the yogurt. Maybe even just an apple at a bar, and then go straight to the library to work for 2 hours. Because if you work for 2 hours, then your work is done. If you really say, I'm going to sit down from 6 until 8 and plow through, or 6:30 until 8:30 and plow through, your work is done. And I want you to be in the library because I want you to feel what it feels like to be around other scholars. Do you think you could try that or no?
Yeah, but I honestly think, depending on
what was
when
your plan? Your plan was to maybe go to the grocery store after work.
After school. Or maybe I would I guess I'll check the weather because there was a tropical storm kind of coming. But or I might do where I just do the work that's due tomorrow, finish that, and then go to the grocery store and then go home.
What are you gonna eat?
At whatever, probably nothing. And I know that's just for right now, but that's obviously not going to be the standard. And then hopefully I'll get a bunch of apples and stuff, etc. And I gotta find a way. The only thing I'm a little bit trepidatious is because I don't. Well, maybe I guess it's fine if I clean the apple and put it in its own compartment or whatever. But keeping it whatever, not clean or whatever, then to eat it.
Yeah, maybe buy some little sandwich baggies, and then you could just throw an apple and a protein bar in a sandwich baggie, and then you have your snack, or just the apple in the sandwich baggie and the protein bar is wrapped, so you can throw that in your book bag.
Yeah.
I do worry that you're not getting enough. And how are you living on fumes?
You're psyching me out. I feel the same way too. Now it's like, now I feel like I'm physically manifesting it. What's it called? Living on fumes? What do you mean? Huh?
Yeah, how are you living on fumes? What are you going to eat before you go to class?
I was thinking of I have this chicken pizza in the fridge, and obviously that spoils after a little while, so I'm gonna try to get rid of some of it.
All right, go eat the chicken pizza. Fine. Okay. And then how can you today, when you go to Trader Joe's, I want you to incorporate 1 fruit a day.
Yeah, I made a quick grocery list, and I put apples, nuts, water, lemonade, protein bar, ramen, eggs, kale, salad dressing, yogurt, and berries.
Wonderful. Berries are wonderful. And I wonder if you could even I wonder if just buy a couple of those packaged salads, even if it's 2 at a time, or 3. They'll last you 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And they're packaged. And you could have them in addition to something. You can put it on top, with your pizza. It tastes good.
That's a little extra, but okay.
I'm extra. Andreas, I'm extra.
Well, yeah, I'm negative when it comes to food.
I know you are. I know. But walk around. I love Trader Joe's because they have so many little things that are packaged, and they have really good foods to go.
Mm-hmm.
And they make it easy, even vegetables, and their fruit is really nice, and it's not too expensive. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a Trader Joe's near you?
Yeah.
Yeah, their fruit is really nice. So get anything that you're willing to eat and mix it up a little bit, but make sure you pack snacks in your bag.
Right.
I want you having like an apple and a protein with whatever you're eating. Let's say that you eat chicken pizza every day. Fine. But then you need to pack a protein bar and an apple and maybe have a yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a nice mix, a blend of things to give you a little nutrients along the way, okay?
Right.
Maybe some berries in the morning. What do you like eating I know you don't like eating breakfast, but what are you going to eat? You're going to eat the chicken pizza and then go off to, what time's class start?
3. I think I'm going to leave shortly after the call because I need to get good shoes, so I think I'm going to go get some Air Force Ones I like Dick's, and then I'm going to go to class from then, and I'll probably have a little bit of time before, so.
All right, so all of those things sound good, like going to Dick's and going to the grocery store sound good, but these are things that need to be done on the weekend, right? So that then you're prepared. Because I think Monday through Friday.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah, if I had more intense, assignments or whatever, yeah, that I can be doing that.
I think Monday through Thursday, right? Friday you kind of turn stuff in or whatever, but I think Monday through Thursday should be all about school. And it should be all about keeping a rigid schedule of health and well-being. Anyhow, I'm just blown away. Are you so excited that you have an A in this class?
Yeah, I am. But I just know it's one of those things. I mean, it's definitely possible for me to maintain it, but it's just one of those things where I think it's way harder for me. Well, not that I really want to push it up from like the 92.5, but like it's so it's so in the balance right now. If I do anything, it could go. Whoop.
Right. So whose choice is it?
It's all inner.
How do we make sure that it doesn't fall? Because I hear you concerned about it. How do we make sure?
I guess the only way is to do the work, kind of.
To do the work and not just do it, but iterate.
Right.
And also maybe go talk to the team. This would be a great time to go talk to her because you could say like, hi, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Andreas. I'm really enjoying the class. It's really important to me that I get an A in this class, so I'm really fighting for an A. And, what can I do to make sure that I keep this going?
Mm-hmm.
And see what she has to say. Just ask her. Say, I'm willing to put the work in. And what do you recommend so that I can keep what I have? I'm really proud of myself.
Right. And
I'm learning.
The last thing about the sleep thing, is that like is it any of your thoughts on like is there like banking sleep? Is that what I could be doing, or does there get like negative returns, or I don't know how to say it, after a certain point it could either be just not as like each hour I'm spending sleeping isn't either worth that much or even like negatively impacting me, or
I don't think it's negatively impacting you.
But it's just not like it's just kind of wasting.
I personally think it's an avoidant response. I think your body's like, if you stay asleep, you don't have to get up and actually.
Because I was so freaking angry, like Monday rolls around, and I was like, okay, I had a 3-day, like every time I have like a 3-day weekend, or so like whatever, to kind of like air myself out, and then I'm like, I just basically like slept through and forgot the whole freaking thing. It's almost like I remember for like what's it called, Thursday vividly. I feel like that was literally yesterday.
Yeah, and you could have gone to get your shoes at Dick's, and you could have gone grocery shopping and set yourself up with a good plan, and you could have gone for a walk or a jog, right?
Right.
I really think that it's an avoidant response. So try and make Andreas, I know you're not crazy about schedules, but even if you write down 3 things that you have to do that day.
Or at least just make sure I'm out of bed by X or whatever.
Yes, and 3 things that you want to do.
Right.
Say, today I'm going to go to Dick's, then I'm going to go to the grocery store, then I'm going to go for a little jog in the evening or something. Mm-hmm. And then you have plenty of time to do other stuff. But just 3 things that you want to do that day.
Right.
And it will keep you moving.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I'm proud of you.
I thank you.
Okay, listen, I'm not going to talk to you for a week, so I want you to kill it on that Ayn Rand thing.
Yeah.
I want you to really put the work in tonight.
Okay.
2 hours. I want you to prepare ahead of time. Not the day before it. It's Monday night. And Tuesday, I want you to, practice. I want you to develop some confidence. And I work a lot on stage fright, things like this. And a lot of stage fright, yes, people have social anxiety, but especially when you have social anxiety, it's not being fully prepared that.
Yeah, because you feel like you're going to forget something or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, so have your notes, your topic points. You can talk about the topic points, but really have your topic points so it's a well thought out argument or whatever she wants you to do, whatever position you're taking. Mm-hmm. Okay? And I'm really proud of you. I don't know that much about Ayn Rand, so I really give you credit for having this, learning about this and investing in yourself.
Yeah, I was the only one in the class that chose her. I was the first going to do Freud, and then I saw some other people doing him, so I was like, okay, I'll do Ayn Rand.
Yeah, great. Good for you. Okay. All right. So Andreas, you're off to a really good start. Hold on to it tight and put your best foot forward this week. It's all about investing in you, okay?
Okay.
Well, then what are you going to do? And Tuesday, Thursday, remember, you don't have a lot of time to work on your paper or this presentation because you're going to be in debate class.
Yeah.
So that means Monday and Wednesday. That means tonight you got to get it written. Tonight.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You have to do the research and get 3 pages written. And then you need to start iterating and tightening it up and moving things around and thinking about what you want to say. Okay?
Yes.
All right. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
All right. I am super proud of you, and you must be very proud of yourself.
I'm gonna be very proud of myself once it's the 16th or whatever, and I have the field.
No. Don't wish this time away. You have it in you
Yeah,
to get an
yeah.
A. You know what has to be done. It's not like by some grace of God.
Right, yeah. There is no, yeah.
You know exactly what
Yeah,
you
this
have
is all
to
within
do.
my realm. There's no, yeah.
Yep, there's no question. I would go talk to the teacher and I would write this piece tonight and iterate. And even if you go talk to the teacher this week, tell her you're really fighting for an A. Okay?
All right.
It's all up to you. Don't let anything get in the way. No excuses, no shoes, no. Make sure you put academics first.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Andreas, okay. Have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you so much, Pam.
All right. You're so welcome.
All
Bye.
right. Talk to you next week. Bye-bye. Let's leave at 2:30 latest. Yeah, may as well go now. Type shit. Type shit. Oh, scheiße. The fuck are these fucks? What? Come on, dog.
I'm here to aid you. Welcome. So hungry.
Not even gonna try to take it from her.
Astounding. Here I am. I appreciate coming.
Is in your tail here? No.
We did it.
Was ist das? Nicht gut. Nice.
Well, hey there. See you soon.
ya.
This will be easy.
Fantastical. I got a pee.
39. I cannot know for certain that transition is right for me. Okay, so making fun of the fact that many people don't think children should transition. You at 39 is a little different than telling Tommy, 8 years old, that he is a girl, he can transition and take drugs because he likes to wear skirts. It's a little different. Yeah, and the fact that he thinks it's okay to make fun of that. Hey, I heard you like a little universal language with your morning coffee. So
Spirit shines bright.
some hormones or get a little surgery if you want, or a huge surgery, whatever you want. Go
I
with
hope we
the
can talk again soon.
This is a teacher. This reminds me of a post from Lips of TikTok. If I find it, I will show you. Let's see. Ah, yes, okay. Would you be comfortable with this person teaching your kids at the police? That's great. I have bipolar disorder. I have bipolar 1 disorder with mania and psychosis. This condition has drastically changed my life for better and worse. I have done things in conditions of psychosis and mania that have been violent and hurtful. But I'm not my
This will be easy.
And they know me, and they love me. Some 666, Satan, respects pronouns. This is an elementary school teacher, by the way. This country's in trouble. Universities are in trouble. Speak up. If you're in a position where you can speak up, please speak up.
Thanks for coming.
They say that self-diagnosis isn't valid or much great. Seriously, as a real autistic person, it impacts me really badly because it just paints real autistic people like me in a bad light. And people at my school went as far as to mock my dead best friend as revenge for being a bigot. And keep in mind that the other friend was so important to me and helped me through some really hard times. Honestly, she was the best person ever. Sorry if it feels like oversharing. No, not at all, because I think this shows just how nasty these people can get. And I've seen this time and time again. They're so compassionate. Oh my god, they're so caring. Unless they meet someone that disagrees with them politically. Then they show their true colors. And it's just a bunch of hypocrites because they really do get so triggered and so terribly offended. We had to take a communications class for my program, and that class is useless. And that entire class is white people bad. And yeah, there's a lot of white guilt, especially from teachers. I remember when they started every single class, economics, calculus, philosophy, everything started with, and of course a conversation. The professor would then talk about how we are on stolen land and their own, thoughts on this matter. In my regular marketing class, one of my teachers said white women have to give their jobs to POC. No, nobody owes anyone a job. This is happening not just in university, they're just firing all white employees first. I mean, how can we expect anyone to speak up about it if you are attending a university teaching you that? Then that's fine. That's good, actually. You enter the workforce, those become the rules and regulations. It impacts everybody, not just university students. Clayton, Australia, setting PPE. For 2 hours, my tutorial was talking about Trump, populism, and how it's all white, straight males' fault for racism, sexism, and the rest of the isms. The conversation basically took off white males. The first part of the tutorial started with a presentation. Here was a photo I took of the cover page. She immediately pulled aside all the female Muslim students who wore hijab or anyone who wore a head covering and told them that they would have to remove it or tone it down, as it was triggering the students with religious trauma and forcing their awful beliefs on the normal students. And also I wear a cross necklace due to being a Christian. But it's rarely ever visible, as I normally have it under my shirt. Okay, but even if it's visible, what, you can't wear a cross necklace? You can't wear a hijab? What is going on? But on the literal last day before break, I didn't put it under my shirt. And she took me out of class and yelled at me for promoting an incorrect and violent religion. An incorrect, and what's the correct one? Woke ideology? I refused to take it off, obviously, and then got put into isolation and got detention after school. So, I hope you reported her. I hope someone reported her, because this is disgusting behavior. Remember, you can express yourself unless you're religious. If you're religious, you're offending someone. But if you identify as a Zizan Zer and you like to spy women in the bathroom, that's fine. And this was in this person's high school. But if you take a look at these high school teachers and university professors, you really can't be surprised. They're on something. A lot of them. They're unwell. There are so many reasons I want to leave my college/sixth form. Okay. My best friend reported me, and I was, your best friend reported you? For what? And I was punished for being transphobic because I wouldn't date her. I'm gay, but she identifies as a male. happen, would you guess that this was a college student? I'd guess middle school or something. This is middle school behavior. I identify as this, and she said that I'm not this. She's a meanie. Expel her. Insane. This is the kind of behavior that we're enabling by staying silent, then acting like children, and then getting their way. Amy Shep's studying law in UCD, college in Ireland. We also have Tampax in male toilets, which is very uncomfortable. Same with my friends, they have, where you can put a quarter, you get a tampon. They have those in the male restroom now. My local community college has BLM, LGBTQ, and Zelensky posters all over the campus. In my Success 101 class in the Communist Club, they posted photos of the Soviet and Cuban flag and the professor talking about how great communism is. I really want to leave, but unfortunately I can't really afford to leave, so I'm stuck in this woke hellhole until I graduate. A lot of people who have not been in college for a very long time, or people who are older, or who are not from the US, a lot of them just don't believe it. They're like, no, this can't be. Look at the college students talking about how much they love communism, talking about their 5,000 different compounds. Go look that up. Go talk to university students. Both of them are very critical of capitalism, and of course how that impacts social inequality, and the constant talk of oppression and having that victim mindset. There are oppressors and there are the oppressed. Although the woke hold it's more identity-based, right? I'm oppressed because I'm black. I'm oppressed because I'm a woman. They have Lenin posters in their rooms. And I've met these people. These people are insane. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look for yourself, either in these universities or online or both. Many of my class were going on about how they love communism and how it would favor them. Mostly woke LGBTQ kids. Yeah. I studied languages at a well-known British university. The topics we had to learn to discuss were transgenderism, gay rights, pronouns, gendered language, and misogyny. One boy from a more conservative culture spoke up and said women were biologically different than men. And he was suspended from class until the end of term. Everyone froze him out and he lost his position on the student board. He also missed most of the syllabus, which affected his ability to do the exam. I also graduated without a basic knowledge of how to communicate about other important topics. For example, I know all the woke buzzwords, but cannot communicate even at a business level in my chosen language, and have since put the work in myself to correct this. You're not learning anything. You're paying this money, again, to be brainwashed, and to talk about your feelings for 40 minutes to an hour, or however long your class is. And here in the American universities too, they do a terrible job at preparing students for the workforce. Where I live, your major plays a big role in whether your professors are woke or not. Yeah, I'd say the same thing here, but it is starting to creep into every subject. We also learned during class that boys in middle school tend to choose science subjects more often. The reason for this, so to speak, was because teaching was not gender neutral enough. We also learned that we need to get more girls to choose science subjects. What if they don't want to choose science subjects? Women do tend to choose language subjects, and men more sort of the STEM subjects. I personally have never been great at languages, but loved math, for example. So it's not always the case, but I know that women do tend to choose the languages. So what? Does that mean there's something wrong with women? We have to make them more like the men? Maybe women just have different interests sometimes, and that's okay. Super leftist women who wrote in inclusive language, for example, writing todos instead of todos. I took 6 years of Spanish. I can't even imagine how difficult it must be to have this, gender neutral language in Spanish and push the agenda that abortion is a fundamental right, that men owe a historical debt to women. But the last straw was when we have sex ed, and this woman brought, get this, a wooden, that's when I finally decided, okay, time to get the out of here. We have the same thing for sex ed. That's beyond creepy. Well, it's only getting worse. High school teacher talking about virtual life in her classroom. Someone was holding it. So, that's beyond creepy. Borderline predatory. Our invited guest speaker was a Republican state governor. A petition has been made on change.org for over 1,000 signatures to have to displace someone else. The governor still spoke, and the campus was littered with Nazi graffiti, rainbow flags, and protests. The crowd booed him, and many turned their back there. And then I wonder why so many people find themselves in an echo chamber. Censorship is great, unless you're a conservative, because then you don't deserve it. Not university, but high school. I'm in the Bay Area, California, and everything is fourth year. I'm going back to my home country later this year, and this is part of the reason. Another reason I'm moving is because I want to become a theater actor like my mom, but things like theater clubs here are even more, theater kids are interesting people. I went to my home country to try for a year, and it literally cured my depression, so I'm going to go there permanently. For example, today I'm in class right now. My history teacher, while talking about the
the Holocaust, one of the worst acts of genocide in history, comparing that to the fact that you can't murder a baby anymore. Amy Shen going off to college for freshman year in 2 weeks, any tips? On one hand, it is very important to engage in these conversations and debates even with people who have a different opinion, but the problem is that there's the university first side. Is that allowed at the university? Because that's what I found the issue to be, that they don't want that. They don't want to have different opinions, because those different opinions trigger some students. They offend some students. And then, of course, the teachers don't want to get in trouble, so they go along with it. Read the room first, I say. Unless you have nothing to lose. Unless you have a plan B, or you can transfer to a different school or do something else, unless you know for sure that that's available to you, then speak your mind. We need more people speaking their mind. If you have your own experience you'd like to share, please make sure you contact the phone. Also, make sure you are subscribed and hit the notification bell. And I will see you all in the next video. Bye.
What?